So just as I'm still trying to share there, just to indicate that the issue of skills development is quite an important issue that we need to understand. When we say there is a skills crisis in South Africa, what do we really mean? Is it just an issue of anecdotal issue, or is it a real issue that we can all be able to put our finger on? I want to just give you a sense of the issues that are facing us in skills development. First of all, our universities are producing skills, or are producing they're producing graduates that the economy does not need. So you got a lot of unemployed graduates who are sitting with degrees, who are sitting with, if you like, qualifications that in fact the economy may not be able to use. And this is part of the problem, that we've got an oversupply of graduates, but in the wrong field, if you like, or in the wrong aspects of the economy. And this is what is really creating, in a sense, a mismatch. So you've got quite a lot of people who are qualified, but the economy increasingly does not, in fact, need some of those skills. I'm just trying to move the presentation forward. If you can just bear with me. Right, so as I was still saying, many institutions are also failing to prepare our youth for the realities of a very vicious world of work. So between the universities producing wrong people and other institutions such as your sector education training authorities, you've got a serious skills crisis. Importantly, the curriculum, some of the things that are in the curriculum that our students are learning at these institutions have not been updated in the last 3 decades. In other words, you've got stuff in the curriculum that our kids or our students are learning that in fact will not be useful in the current setup, or in the current needs of our economy. And this can be linked exactly to the fact that our economy has not been growing for the last 15 years. And finally, to conclude our look at the whole landscape of skills development, there appear to be an absence of innovation and ideas as a direct result of this, what we call skills deficit. In other words, there's a lot of companies or corporations that in fact are quite stagnant in the way that they are doing business. But if you look at this crisis in a form of numbers, about 10 years ago, a listed human resources company called Adcorp released statistics that suggested that over 800,000 vacancies could not be filled in corporate South Africa. Now, this is at the time where we had an unemployment crisis. I mean, that has continued up to now. I mean, you've got about 30% unemployment crisis. At that point, I think it was about 26%. Yet there were 800,000 vacancies that could not be filled. And the question was, why couldn't this be filled? And all corporations had different reasons. We can't find the people. We can't find skilled people to do this. Of course, others said, oh, we can't find Black people to do this, because, of course, at that point, there was a lot of pressure for corporations to do affirmative action, or to ensure that they've got employment equity. But yet there were 800,000 vacancies. That tells you the kind of skills crisis that still persists. That number, I doubt it has changed significantly. If anything, it may have gone up. At the same time, KPMG, when it was still a corporation of repute, issued a report again about 10 years ago that 70% of all new appointments and all new fresh appointments and promotions were to white people. This is at a time where you have had more than 20 years or thereabout of affirmative action legislation. So despite that affirmative action and employment equity legislation, you had 70% of all new appointments being to white people. This figure, which was released 10 years ago, was confirmed just last year around about October last year, when the Department of Labor issued yet another report that showed that this situation has not changed. In other words, corporate South Africa simply ignored the issues of skills intervention and also the issue of balancing the employment demographics. So we continued just as if it was 1994 or even worse than 1994. Last year, there was a report, right, that it demonstrated that your matric results, and government loves to brag about the matric results, but if you zone in deeply into these results, you'll realize that almost half of the people who started grade 1 12 years ago, half of them don't make it to matric, right? And half of those who make it to matric do not emerge with quality passes. In other words, they can't proceed to higher education. That's the end of the road for them, right? And I think that shows you the skills deficit in the entire pipeline of education from primary right up to tertiary. Even more disturbing, we found that 2 years ago, we looked at a global competitive survey that was demonstrating, or rather telling us a very stark reality, that our kids who are at about grade 9 cannot read with understanding. Now, that's a very polite way of saying your kids at grade 9 cannot read or write effectively, right? And these are not people at grade 2 or 3, they're at grade 9. It means that they are 3 or 4 years away from going to university, yet they cannot read effectively. That should tell you immediately what kind of skills crisis that we have. The Department of Higher Education also released a report that says around about 25% of all people who enter higher education don't emerge there with a postgraduate qualification that can already take them straight into the world of work. In other words, they'll have a degree that they can't use, they'll have a degree that is not useful for the economy. This speaks directly to the skills deficit in higher education system. Of course, this has been tried to be fixed through the SETA system. We all know that about 10 years ago or thereabout, we had a situation where over 8 billion rand was not spent by these same SETAs who are meant to improve the situation. So what do we need to do, right? And I hope that in the next 3 days, part of what will be discussed is what do we need to do, because we can analyze until we are paralyzed about what is wrong with the skills setup. But what we need is a paradigm shift. And I believe that that paradigm shift, frankly, has to do with all of us subscribing to a commitment to transformation, right? And at all kinds of levels, whether it be a transformation at basic education level, higher education level, or skills interventions at corporate level. There needs to be a paradigm shift, because if we continue to do what we are doing now, it's clear that that is not working at all. We need to focus, for example, on our basic education level, that there needs to be a very clear demarcation of streams. In other words, not all the people who are in our education system must end up in academia with degrees they can use. What is the point if people sit at university, come out with 3 degrees up to PhD level, and they can't use those? There is always a tendency not to create a proper skills or vocational stream in our higher education. And that's, for me, that is part of the paradigm shift that must happen, that our kids as early as grade 6, grade 7 must already know that they don't all have to end up at university. There are other streams of skills, of vocation that can be pursued. And clearly this has not been the case, because if you look at what are called TVET colleges, these are really basically just glorified high schools. They are dilapidated in their infrastructure. Academics of repute, don't want to go there. They go there as a last resort. Just like the students go there as a last resort, students who have dropped out of university will end up at TVET colleges, or those who can't be accepted into university. So it's seen as a, if you like, children of a lesser God. It's seen as something that you do because you have failed anywhere else. And I think that is what is wrong with our education system, because the economy right now needs sharp skills that can be able to be into production, into manufacturing, stuff that's not taught at universities, but that are supposed to be taught at what we call universities of technology, which used to be called technicons or TVET colleges, a stream that is underemphasized by our education system. The system has ignored, for example, the issue of entrepreneurship. Every indication is saying that more jobs are going to be created by small and medium enterprises. Yet in our curriculum at primary, secondary, and even tertiary, there is very, very few courses that emphasize entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship seems to be something that we believe that people can learn by accident or as a survivalist thing. We think that, having people selling at the street corners, that is entrepreneurship. It's truly not. And we have to do something in a skills development landscape to elevate the level of entrepreneurship. South Africa has one of the lowest entrepreneurship activities in the world, precisely because its entrepreneurship has not been integrated adequately into our education system. And people think that you can't learn this thing. It's either you are a business person or you are not. Whereas in fact, like anything else, it can be learned. So what must be done? Firstly, I think that the critical thing is to fix what I call the broken pipeline. If you look at our education system, our primary education system feeds our tertiary education system with people who are unprepared, people who are not, at the end of the day, adequately prepared by the system to be able to survive at higher education. Our higher education system takes from there, and they fail further to prepare our graduates for the world of work. Our world of work receives people who are half-baked, and they also don't invest in upskilling people. And most companies, frankly, would just like to have ready-made people who have already been skilled by someone else. But we all know, as we have analyzed today, that at the basic and tertiary levels, there is no adequate preparation anyway, which means that at the end of the day, corporate South Africa will have to fix that broken pipeline at the stage that, in fact, it's too late in the day, but we of course cannot give up. So that to break that vicious cycle, we need to be able to create more role models. And we can't do that if we've got a lack of transformation in our corporations. I want to then deal with some suggestions of how I suggest that transformation is at the key of skills development. Let's visit again the issue of BEE. I know that it has not been part of a discourse lately because it has just been dismissed as something that has failed and something that has benefited a few and so on. We all know the story about BEE, but I believe that BEE has failed not because there's something wrong with it, but there is something wrong with those who are charged with implementing it, both from the side of government and from the side of private sector. Government on its side has failed to put in place mechanisms to monitor BEE implementation by corporations. And then corporations on the other side have found a way to duck and dive and not implement BEE because they see it as a burdensome thing that is just problematic and that's got nothing to do with their business imperatives. But the reality is, wherever you go in the world, there is some sort of BEE. So it's not something that is going to go away. It doesn't matter who comes into power, because basically BEE is a question of change. It asks you a few questions, and if you can answer these questions, then you have dealt with BEE. Either you will know that you can implement it, or you know that you are going to fail to implement it. It asks a few questions. It says, who owns your business? Who runs your business? Who does your business employ? Right? And how are you skilling your own people in your business? And from whom do you procure your goods? And then finally, which communities do you invest in? In fact, that's what BEE is asking. I know that we complicate it, the law complicates it and talks about all kinds of things. But if you analyze the 5 or 6 pillars of BEE now, it's actually about answering these questions in the affirmative to say, who owns your business, you should be able to answer that South Africans in all their diversity own your business. If your business is simply owned by white people, then it is in the wrong place, and it has missed the fact that 1994 happened, and we now need an integrated approach in how we own our business. So there is absolutely no excuse but to answer that question in the affirmative. You go to any other country, you will have to answer that question. You can't run away. In other countries, it's not called BEE, it's called something else. It's called indigenization policies. You land in any economy, you're going to be asked, how are you involving the people of that place, the people of that country in your business? But you could ask the question, so what has this got to do with skills development? The reality is, if you do not change who owns your business, you may not think you need to invest in skills to upskill the new owners. But if you integrate who owns your business, you suddenly will have a need to invest in the skilling even the owners, right? The change of ownership that evolves to be an ownership of South Africans in their diversity will immediately give rise to a need to upskill your owners. You may ask yourself, what kind of skills do owners need? Skills of understanding business acumen, skills of understanding things like mergers and acquisitions, skills of understanding shareholder agreements and how companies are supposed to be run, skills of understanding governance, skills of understanding process of oversight. A lot of people who are on boards of directors, they have no idea of how to oversee executives and be able to manage, if you like, productivity and effectiveness of their own management. So it doesn't, to be an owner is not the end of the story. To be an owner, in fact, is something that would require upskilling as well. The second part of B talks about management control, right? So this talks about now your board of directors. How do you upskill your board of directors? If you don't transform who is on the board of directors, you may think you don't need to be skilling, because if these people have been on boards for 20, 30 years, they'll feel irritated if you try and upskill them, because they assume that they know what they are doing. But the reality is, once you transform your management of your business from at the board level, you will need to train these boards and upskill them on understanding the king code, for example, understanding practices of proper government, of understanding issues of overseeing their own executives, who they are supposed to appoint to run the operations of that business. And finally, they must also learn how to manage executive performance. So there is a whole level of skills development that must happen even at board levels. And you can see that if you look at the parastatals, for example, where there are lots of board of directors, these places are in collapse, right? They are in collapse even in the face of having boards that are supposed to be steering those ships. In the private sector, we've seen lots of companies collapsing. Look at what happened to KPMG. Look at what happened to Steinhoff. We had directors sitting there and things happening under their noses without them understanding. And that shows you a skills deficit in that regard. The issue of employment equity, a lot of companies are irritated when they are spoken to about employment equity. They think, well, why should we hire these people who are clueless, who don't have skills? But actually, that's supposed to be the challenge. That as you diversify your workforce, part of your challenge would then become, how do you upskill those people who came in maybe with qualifications, but with little experience, right? So companies will have to invest in this level of skilling of their employees. The BEE legislation, I think, puts aside some 3%. Lots of companies fail to spend that money because they don't see why they must invest in their staff. And in fact, this is where they are supposed to show that diversity may actually take their businesses to a new level altogether. There's statistics that says over 70% of appointments, even after all the BEE legislation in the world, is still to white people, shows a lack of commitment to skilling employees who are new, who are coming in with fresh ideas into all of these corporations. Now, the skills development itself as an element of change, right, must be attended to, in that there must be skills development across all of the elements of transformation. So it's not something that sits in a box somewhere and it ends there, but it's something that has to be integrated in everything that you do. Issues such as succession planning. Lots of companies do not even have a situation of succession planning. In fact, they should be making as a key performance area all of their managers that are there to think about 10 years from now, who's going to take over from what I'm doing, and then begin to create a pipeline of new skilling of people. Skills development is quite crucial right now because you are talking about fourth industrial revolution, when in fact most companies are still operating like in the second industrial revolution. They are not thinking about a new set of skills that are going to be needed in 10 years' time. There are companies that are into engineering, for example, but they're not investing in engineers who are going to take over in 10 years' time. So there is a poor planning in as far as the future is concerned. So these are some of the things that I thought I would trigger your own thinking about. So in summary, we are in a skills crisis, but that's not the end of the story. Both government and the private sector must play their role in fixing this. Government must do its job in fixing infrastructure at schools, making sure that schools have the necessary educators who are at the right levels, who are able to oversee proper development of infrastructure, libraries, laboratories. Things that you think are obvious are not in place in our schooling system, including basics like just sanitation and water for kids, just basics. Private sector, on the other side, must also not fold its arms. They must be able to transform in order to create a new paradigm of skills development. Government, in terms of strategic investment in education, it shows that even if they say their biggest line item is education, it's clear that those resources are not being spent in a strategic way. Hence, you still have a lot of collapsing infrastructure in our schools. Corporates, they need a different focus on transformation as a meaningful business imperative. If corporates focused on changing how they work, the skills development will automatically become a top priority, because everybody will realize that in investing in their skills, or rather in the skills development paradigm, they will change their businesses and they'll actually become a more competitive existence, because they will then be able to turn the people who are in their corporations into sharper minds, into more innovative minds, because they have invested in skills development. I wish you great deliberations throughout this week, and I hope that some of the thoughts that I have provoked this morning will find resonance in some of your discussions to answer the questions of how do we pursue a skills revolution, especially with the kind of challenges that COVID-19 has thrown at us, having to work remotely, having to reinvent most of our businesses. It's clear that skills development will become at the top of our agenda, and I hope that this summit will start to shape that conversation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Dr. Onkgopotse J.J. Tibane. Quite profound points that he indicated there. I just want to reaffirm one or two things that Dr. Tibane had said just around the stats, particularly on ADCOP. We complain around issues of unemployment, the rates that are affecting our economy and our country. However, just the stat that you mentioned, that over 800,000 vacancies could not be filled in South Africa alone, that truly begs the question of skills development. And also around just KMG having 70 of the new appointments being particularly for white people. I mean, you spoke about the investment and also the structure of BEE in this country. So how do we then fix it, as you asked? It's all well and good if we own, manage, and procure from Black people, but are we training people that are managing, owning, and procuring around the King Code, corporate governance, and so forth? So I liked the question that you asked about how do we then create a skills revolution that could ensure that development is reinvented and that could ensure that our economy can move to the next level. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to apologize for the technical errors that we had when we started. I realized that I was talking, but there were some people that were not receiving feedback, so we do apologize for that. We are testing the capacity of our internet provider at this moment, and we've got a lot of people logging in. So please hang tight, be patient with us, sanitize whilst you can, and grab your cup of coffee as well. So once again, thank you very much to Dr. Tebane for those insightful and thought-provoking thoughts as well. I really, really did appreciate the fact that we need to upgrade our curriculum. It has not been upgraded in the last 3 decades. And so there is a lot of absence of innovation. And how do we then say entrepreneurship and business incentives be incorporated within our curriculum, within varsity level, even at primary school level? So we're looking at the notion of commerce in that regard. So thank you very much, Dr. Tebane, for those thoughts. We look forward to engaging you later on in one of our panels. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, as we flow through our program, I am reminded that, by one of our greatest philosophers, that the most important skill to acquire now is learning how to learn. I'm going to repeat that again. The most important skill to acquire now is learning how to learn. So part of the summit is establishing a developmental agenda that is going to help us build our skills, not our resume, because that's not the most important thing, ladies and gentlemen. We can have our resume on papers, but the capacity and the true treasure is in the skills that we possess. I'd like to then call Ms. Sinisha Monsami, who is the Head of Innovation Skills and ED Support at TIA. They are one of our sponsors on this particular summit. TIA is Technology Innovation Agency. Ms. Monsami, we look forward to hearing your thoughts. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Skills Summit 2020. My name is Sinisha Monsami from the Technology Innovation Agency. The current COVID-19 pandemic has ushered in new opportunities for global economies and society at large to reset itself. This reset is all about change in how we socialize, how we interact, change in how economies are structured, and more importantly, the change in how technology would drive our collective future. This view on change is supported in how technology will drive and lead us. We've recently seen that MIT will assert that rapid technological change has rendered innovation skills cycles shorter than ever before. Key competencies of even a decade ago are no longer relevant today, and most of tomorrow's jobs remain unknown to us all. In the short term, this change is likely to be characterized by what the Board of Innovation defines as low-touch economy. This is mainly evidenced by low-touch interactions in health, in safety measures, new human and social behaviors, and permanent industry changes. In reality, this means there is a need for increased innovation that focuses on, number one, platforms on how we connect with our remote customers. Number two, tools to support e-commerce. And lastly, increased disruption of supply chains. The long-term impact on this is that new digital innovation skills sets would be needed in order to contend with a digitally enabled workplace and economy. To this end, TIA proposes we launch the TIA Academy, whose primary goal is to bridge the skills gap to catalyze this transition. The main objective of this TIA Academy is to capacitate, to empower entrepreneurs and innovators to really differentiate themselves in markets through innovative use of state-of-the-art technologies in products, processes, and mainly services as we move towards the fourth industrial revolution. I would like to say that the reason that most entrepreneurs and innovators do not know where to start because they do very informal business planning. The pain in the market really is looking at there's a 93% rate of all tech startups fail within the first year of operation. Recent business literature reveals it's not really products or services, but it's important that essential business processes are worked on and entrepreneurs have the ability to transform these processes into strategic capabilities that strengthen and support the migration of technologies along this innovation value chain. The key purpose of the TIA Academy are really looking to enable entrepreneurs to design and build a feasible business plan tied to emergence of digital technologies. Number two, to facilitate an agile funding instruments and really for us to assist them with their technological advancement. We're also looking to enable the purpose of mentorship and coaching to manage digitally oriented startups and related new ventures to ensure that they really become sustainable. We're really looking at them having a state-of-the-art portfolio with which they can enter new markets. Our own internal review of the innovation landscape has really revealed that the STEM subjects, which is mainly science, technology, engineering, and maths graduates, all enter the workforce from a very narrow academic stream and are typically captivated by digital technologies and really do not focus on real-life business problems. It is our determination that through this academy, we will empower them to lead the innovations through business awareness, entrepreneurship, and really looking at bottom line focus on ethical intelligence. Recently, I would just like to announce we had a winner out of the BRICS competition, which really made us look really good in South Africa. Gif Lubele from Kudoti, really a founder, a researcher, has really won the innovation competition, and we're really proud to announce this today that through working with us in our Global Cleantech Innovation Program, he really has set the scene high for South Africa. I do believe that during this Heritage Month, he's flying the South African flag high. He really believes in a project on waste management, which we share his sentiments. And maybe a little bit later on, we'll get Gift to join us in the summit for today as we celebrate the youth of South Africa. And I do believe that without entrepreneurship and innovation, we would not be able to set the new scene in terms of technology startups being set up. So I'd like over the next few days for you to enjoy the summit, and I'd like to hand over back to Mr. Tabani. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sinisha Monsami. That was the head of Innovation Skills and ED Support at the Technology Innovation Agency. We thank them very much as well for participating in this event and being a solid partner through and through for the Skills Development Summit. I picked up on very important points in that thought-provoking presentation, particularly around how do we then have or form disruptive solutions that would support businesses, disruptive solutions that could support platforms such as e-commerce. And e-commerce as well allows us to trade intra and inter the continent and globally as well. So thank you very much. We are looking forward to going further and deepening our understanding of what the Technology Innovation Agency does, particularly where technological advancement is concerned. Once again, I hope you are still in tune with us. You're having a good time in your parameters and in your spaces. And I hope you're still sanitizing. And if you are in a public place, keep your masks on. Thank you very much to all the 500 subscribers that we currently have tuned into the summit. Please stay with us as we have thought-provoking presentations moving forward. Without taking any more time, let me call our next speaker. He goes by the name of Mr. Adrian Schofield. He's from the ICT industry, and he's a commentator there. And he's also a manager in that particular space. So Mr. Adrian Schofield, we welcome you and we look forward to engaging further on your presentation.
As always the case in virtual conferences, juggling the technology proves to be the biggest challenge of the meeting of the minds. We seem to be overcoming those challenges this morning. And I'm also sensing that either JJ read my speech or I read his, but we obviously have many thoughts in common this morning. So skills. How can you build a house by starting with the roof and the upstairs rooms? Surely you must start with the foundations, doing the hard work of digging trenches and pouring concrete before you get to see the upper levels. You must follow a sustainable process of design and construction, using the right quality of components, bricks, timbers, pipes, tiles, and paint. You have to check each step to make sure that the structure will not collapse in the future. How can you reap the harvest of maize without first going through the preparation of the soil, the planting of the seeds, and the nurturing of the growth of the plants? You need to add the right fertilizer. You need to remove the weeds. You need to prevent insects from destroying the young plants. You need to reap the corn at the right moment to supply it to the market in prime condition, as well as retaining enough to start the next cycle. Skills development is no different. Learning is a pathway, one step after another. Career development is a ladder, one rung after another. While it is possible to skip a step or to make a sideways move, learning can only be accomplished from a sound base, a good springboard. Without a good foundation, it becomes almost impossible for the mind to absorb and make sense of its environment. Experience without context removes the basis for making sensible decisions. Why is it okay to eat some plants and not others? Why is it okay to pet some animals and not others? Why is it okay to touch the stove plates at some times and not others? Why is it okay to drink some liquids and not others? And just to make it more challenging and more interesting, this learning does not take place within a rigid, predictable framework. There are choices and alternatives. Unexpected hurdles can block the path. New opportunities can arise, requiring that the approach to the next step or the next rung must be flexible, either to mitigate the risk posed by the hurdle or to take advantage of the opportunity. What can we do as mere mortals to ensure that each successive generation benefits from the learnings of their predecessors? What are the essential ingredients that the community must include in the transfer of knowledge? It is the nature of our species that we first learn from our parents, our immediate families, our closest neighbors. They teach us basic communication and observation, what worked for them and what did not, in going through the routines of daily life. But over thousands of years, we've also found it was much more effective if young people were fast-tracked into capability through the services of specialists in knowledge transfer, teachers in schools, artisans in the workplace, professors in universities, preachers in religious institutions. Over the millennia, this process produced many excellent examples of human achievement. Scientists, musicians, engineers, playwrights, entrepreneurs, even the occasional politician. This process provided the foundation for the creation of marvels such as the pyramids, landing on the moon, iPhones, jet airplanes, combine harvesters, the Cahora bus sedan, and the minibus taxi. We must not overlook the primary objective of the process, though. That goal is to enable each person to acquire the knowledge and the ability to apply that knowledge for the creation of social and economic value, to enable each one to support themselves and their families in the acquisition of food and shelter, in the enjoyment of quality of life, and in their interaction with other members of the community. It's not sufficient to teach a child to read if the content of the reading does not stir the child's mind into thinking beyond the words. It's not sufficient to teach a person to write if what's written does not communicate ideas to the readers, does not stir new thinking in the mind of the audience. It's not sufficient to teach arithmetic if the numbers are not used to create new models, new structures. At any age, but especially at a young age, learners must be curious, not learning by rote, as I learned my times tables. What are 9/8s? What are 11/12s? But asking why things happen, why they appear so, how they work. Curiosity is the essential ingredient for self-advancement. I'm sorry, I just lost my place. There we go. Curiosity is the essential ingredient for self-advancement. Reaching beyond what is given, what is taught, to what lies beyond. We cannot be spoon-fed the knowledge that we need to tackle the life ahead of us. We must be actively engaged in acquiring that knowledge. Sadly, part of the human condition is our tendency to leave it to others, to let someone else lead the way. We tend to organize matters into neat boxes, into silos of activity separated from others. In government, in industry, and in the community, we talk about jobs, about occupations, about salaries and wages and grants. We have rules and codes and frameworks and scales against which everything must comply. This obscures the fundamental interdependency of people and communities and obstructs the flexibility required to overcome the challenges of changes in the environment. I don't just mean climate change. I mean technological change, political change, economic change, even pandemic change. Compared with organizing people within communities, from family size to global size, herding cats is a simple task. No sooner do we solve one problem than we create another. We don't have one group focused on skills development. We have many. DBE, DHET, SACRA, 20-odd CETAs, DCDT, DTIC, DHA, other line ministries, presidential commissions, professional bodies, labor unions, and trade associations. Many, many groups who are often pulling in different directions. We tend to devote much effort to measure the failures of the past, the matric pass rates, the graduate rates, the unemployment rates, without learning enough to turn failure into success. It takes too long to turn a lesson from the past into action for the future. By the time new curricula are in the lesson plans, we've missed a generation. By the time a workplace skills plan and an annual training report have merged into a sector skills plan and then into the national skills plan, it's too late to change the direction of funding initiatives. By the time we agree on what constitutes a critical skill, we probably don't need it anymore. I do not lightly heap praise on our government's outputs, but I am very impressed with DCDT's National Digital Skills Strategy, which was gazetted this week. There is very little to criticize. It is the result of good research and displays in-depth understanding of the issues facing our country's future development. I challenge all the stakeholders to buy into it and to seek results in 2021 rather than just promising results for 2031. Long time frames remove the possibility of effective accountability. We cannot eat an elephant without taking the first bite, and we must finish the meal before the meat turns rotten from decay. We sit in our groups and we look out at what we think others should be doing, but we are slow to take the initiative to help them. Industry complains that learners leaving the education pipeline at any level are unprepared for the world of work. But there are still only isolated examples of initiatives to bridge that gap. Government complains that industry does not invest in skills development, but government makes it easier for employers to import critical skills than it is to develop them locally. Does anyone monitor the skills transfer that supposedly follows an immigrant to this country? We watch things going wrong, but do far too little to prevent repetition. We see schools burned and looted, and I think there should be a life sentence for anybody committing that crime. We see made from corruption in procurement. We know scrap dealers are profiting from the theft of cables. So what can we do to move South Africa's skills development activity forward at quantum speed? Collaborate, cooperate, turn talk into action, take responsibility. Industry and government must collaborate to implement solutions for curriculum change, for teacher education, for connectivity, to combat vandalism and other crimes. Employers and practitioners must cooperate to ensure the people who exit education and training pipelines are employed or are capable of generating economic value for themselves. Education and training is a long-term investment with a much greater return for our nation's future than that derived from any short-term plugging of a skills gap. Of course, we cannot ignore short-term issues, but they will forever be holding us back unless we fix our schools and the health of our young people. That is the solid foundation on which skills development and economic growth will be built, on which the future of South Africa depends. Above all, we need a culture shift across the nation, a move from a patriarchal, dependent society to one where equal rights and equal opportunities are practiced rather than preached. As we deliberate on skills matters over the next couple of days, I urge you to find a way in which you personally can move us forward in building a South Africa that works. Collaborate, cooperate, act. Thank you.
Development Summit 2020. You have missed out on a great panel of keynote speakers. Truly insightful, truly thought-provoking. But I hope for your sake, Cape Media does have backup, so you will find the recordings of the speeches and presentations from our last speakers. Let me remind you to hashtag skills 2020 if you are on Twitter, or if you are on any social media platforms, please hashtag skills 2020. Mr. Schofield, that was a very thought-provoking, very insightful presentation. As a sociologist and a partial politician, you really ignited some passions. I really loved the idea that skills starts from primary socialization when you're still a child. And we never actually think of that through our parenting, through our guidance, that's where the skills transfer begins. And as you migrate to secondary socialization, we look at our professionals, our teachers, and all the people that participate in ensuring that from being a teenager and going upwards, you are groomed. So thank you very much for reminding us that knowledge truly comes from structuring good skills to create social value. And also, there's no point in teaching people how to read if you don't structure or observe the content that they are reading. I found that truly profound. I heard that we've been receiving a bit of feedback, so I'm sure you heard me in the background calling you a wizard. And I just thought, this man must be a wizard of intelligence. So thank you very much for sharing that. I do concur with a lot of the sentiments that you have shared, that it's important for us to take responsibility, not only as government, not only as practitioners, but most importantly, as all stakeholders of society, of all participants in the economy, to ensure that we generate value. But how do we generate this value? It's through ensuring that we offer quality education and we use our knowledge and the errors that we've made to convert them into expertise that could serve us moving forward. So thank you very much for that, Mr. Schofield. I will be getting in touch. I really, really love wizards and people that are thinkers. So all of you that have spoken in this keynote address segment have truly provoked important thoughts for us to move forward. Without further ado, let me call our last speaker for this particular segment. He goes by the name of Dr. Tshepo Mahunuke, who is the CEO of GTMI. So Dr. Tshepo, we also look forward to your engaging presentation. Over to you.
That have spoken out, they've spoken quite a very mouthful, and I would actually think that they went through what I was about to say. But without repeating what they have said, I would like to bring it to your attention that the GTMI is Gauteng Technical Manufacturing Initiative. In Gauteng Technical Manufacturing Initiative, we specialize with transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization. Now, when it comes to transformation, we strongly believe that you cannot transform without the skills. For you to transform, you need to work on two types of skills: the physical skill that you can touch and see, and the mental skills. Because when you look into most of the organizations that we intervene into, you would realize that most of them, it's a matter of them having to do a repetitive work. But how we get to work around it is that we have to get to a point where we introduce a new component of skills. I'll come a little bit again on that. And again, we talk about modernization. As you know, that we are now into the fourth industrial revolution, which requires us to adapt into ways of doing things, which requires the industry, particularly the manufacturing industry. It's very difficult for most of the manufacturing industries to adapt to technology. Because remember that the type of services, or rather the type of products that they're manufacturing, is tangible products. And the systems and the equipment which is there is the equipment that is being used and has been used even when time changes over and over again. So you can imagine what we go through. We go through a platform where you have this particular individual with this particular set of skill that have been operating for 20 years. And again, you move into the next generation whereby things are more digital, things are more onto the computer than on hands. So what we do as GTMI, we go to companies out there and we look into what type of skills can we put in, what type of systems can we enroll in. But at the same time, we identify the gap. Now, when we identify the gap, that is whereby now we look into what type of people that we should train, which ones are needed in industry. But our main role is to identify the need, because without the need, we strongly believe that you cannot do anything. But now when we look into the skills transformation, we're looking into three phases. One of the three phases that we look at firstly is the identification. We strongly believe that you cannot solve a skill that you haven't identified. So there's a great need for you to identify the right relevant skill. And after the identification, then we can talk about developing that particular skill. I like the previous speaker that made mention that the board needs to be trained as well. The managers need to be trained as well. Not only that we need to assume that people already know things, because what's happening in industry is that people get employed under the impression that they are skilled for the work, under the impression that they've experienced. And of course, yes, they do have experience, but where they're going is a different platform, which requires a different tactic and it's a different environment. But when we know how to identify the right skill, then we'll be able to know which content should we put in onto that right skill. From after that content that you have put in, then we know how to further develop it. Remember, there's a huge difference that between development and identification. Once we speak of identification and development, and whatever that you develop is fully derived by what you have identified, which will therefore inform the content in which you develop. Therefore, we look into how do we best provide the right tools. We believe that at this current situation, there's a huge need for our nation, not only our nation, for global, to change the way things are, to change the platform in which skill is actually shared out there. Most of the people, they will go by the route of saying, this is a customized book of some sort, that this is what you need to learn. But let us take cognizance that before that book was written and now that it's written, there's a huge difference that is there. I like the approach in which now we're getting into, whereby we are enforced for industrial revolution. We are forced to have these virtual conferences. And in doing so, we also look into the third step to say that, fine, you have identified what is it that you need to input onto this particular students or into these particular people. Then you move now to the development. How are you going to develop going forward? It doesn't end there. It also goes as far as monitoring what you have developed. So it's a whole complete value chain. Once you monitor what you have developed, you'll be in position to identify a continuous improvement out of it. Therefore, we request in everyone that is there to look into the three aspects: identify, develop, and also monitor. But again, let me bring it to your attention that out of the trials that we have done, we did run to see how our model gets to work. Is it applicable or is it just hypothetical? And what we have realized is that we enrolled 3,834 people over the past financial year in different types of fields. So we've powered different types of community members in attempt to see what is it that we can bring as an impact out of what we've put out there. And we came out to say, look, it's not only the skill that's required, but also the mental capacity. If you train a person who's actually ready to be trained, there's two different types of people that are there. There are those who get trained because of they found an opportunity. There are those who get trained because they need the training. Then there are those who get trained because they've got nothing to do. So those type of three categories, you realize that we get a different feedback, and that feedback imposes, or rather challenges, the impact of any program that is out there. But nevertheless, we will welcome a situation whereby we get to make our people to be in a point where they see a skill not as an element to get a job. They see a skill as an element for growth, and thus they have the appetite to grow even further than that. Without going, or rather expanding on that, the GTMI's mandate is mainly to radically transform, modernize, and reindustrialize, and the technical manufacturing sector with an emphasis of empowerment. So empowerment is embedded within us. But now, under this dispensation, particularly under this current situation of COVID, we have been looking into how do we drastically introduce business continuity in such that it benefits the entities that were dilapidated, or rather that are about to fall. And in that, what type of skills, what type of developments are we going to put in such that those companies, they get to resuscitate without having to utilize a huge budget, or without having to utilize a huge chunk of a lot of intervention factors. Now we're looking into if we package the business in a box, and packaging the business in a box in terms of business continuity, we believe that we can be able to provide more of a briefcase approach to certain entities at no cost, at a very reasonable way of doing business. But in doing so, we are again engaging in the skills in which we have to make sure that we take the people that we have trained, which is the 3,834 people, and we put them into that business in a box, and we assign them to see if they cannot assist the organization into helping the companies that are dilapidated. So skills remain part of the most critical thing out of everything. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Dr. Tshepo Mahanuke, who is the CEO of GTMI. Thank you very much for quite insightful thoughts that you relayed in your presentation, particularly the distinction between people that acquire skills because they need training, or they acquire skills because there's nothing else to do. And how we should certainly use skills as an element for growth, not just seeking a job. I think that's a very, very important point, which feeds into the mental capacity that you relayed and provided a narration on. Tech manufacturing, very important. How do we use tech manufacturing as a tool for industrialization, particularly in our country where we have your Black industrialization scheme, you have your Invest Trade South Africa, you have your Invest in Africa, for example, you've got SMME programs and initiatives that the government is targeting, particularly when it comes to making sure that we have a more productive economy where people start manufacturing the things that they consume. And I think that's the most important thing that we need to pursue. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's explore the following thoughts. Skills are not a notion, or rather, skills is not a notion that started now. We've always been a skillful continent. We've always been a skillful world. For example, if we observe Kemetic history in ancient Egypt, and Kemet moves into South Sudan, leading to ancient Ethiopia, we've always had civilization. So if we look at the studies of ancient civilization, you will see that technology, skills development has always been with us. When we go into Mesopotamia, which is the flourishing age of urban civilization, we see that agriculture started there, and the tools and machinery that were used in that period existed. So I think it's very important for us to then go back to who we were, so that we can understand who we should be right now in this present age. So we have knowledge, we have skills, they just need to be refined. And once again, if knowledge is not applied, then it's not as powerful. But these are not new notions of development. These are not new ideas that are featured in, for example, your National Development Plan, your Sustainable Development Goals. We have it within us. We are enough as a nation to make sure that we propel our economy moving forward. But what we don't know will certainly kill us. Not what we know, but what we don't know. So it's very important for us to then go back and do true introspection, not only as Africans, but as people, to check, where did we come from? Earlier on, I think it was Mr. Schofield who spoke about the pyramids of Egypt and other forms of development. Mathematics, science, that happened in our continent. So it's for us to then go back and really see, how can we derive value from our history so that we can move forward. Even the notions of technology have always existed amongst us. But as I said earlier on, that all of these things are just being refined. So thank you very much, Dr. Tshepo Mahanuke, for taking us back to truly who we are, but most importantly, to say that we shouldn't just look at skills development as a notion for employment or job creation, but as we build skill, we need to build our mental capacity as well, and look at skill as an element for growth, not only as a nation, but as individuals as well. So thank you very much for sharing your presentation with us. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, as you're tuned in, please hashtag skills 2020. If you are in another country or continent, let us know where you are. Share your questions on social media, share your thoughts and your insights, and give us feedback. We really, really would like to know what you think thus far. Without further ado, we are now going into our panel discussion, which will be led by our Technology Innovation Agency. And our facilitator would like to welcome Ms. Sinisha Monsami, who is the Head of Innovation and Skills Development, as well as ED Support at the Technology Innovation Agency. She will be introducing our guests, or rather the panelists that will be sharing their insights on this particular topic. So we're looking into discussing TIA's decade of success in global innovation skills and accelerator program initiatives. And this is a really, really good topic for us to then accentuate what this developmental agenda where technology is concerned is all about. So Ms. Monsami, over to you. And we look forward to also receiving questions from our viewers. Thank you.
And welcome back, everyone. It's Sinisha Monsami from the Innovation Skills Development Unit at the Technology Innovation Agency. And today I would like to just welcome my esteemed panel from all over the world. TIA celebrates a decade long of partnerships and opportunities with my colleagues in the room today. So just to set the scene, we have a number of panel members that will be with us today. I'm not going to take too much of time to introduce each of them, but really in terms of skills development and where we are in the innovation space, we find that we have a number of research publications that are done, and we never ever find that any of these good research opportunities actually reach the market. And with that being said, we have a number of accelerator-based programs that we've been running over the past decade. And like I said, our partner countries are here to share some of the experiences and knowledge with us today. And I really would like to set the scene by saying that it's against this background, how do we continue to sustain a higher throughput of sustainable innovators and entrepreneurs who can really catalyze the South African economy and really transform it post this COVID era in South Africa? So my first panel member that I'd like to introduce everyone to is Tamara Carlton. I'm just going to go. Okay. So my panel for today, the first speaker is Dr. Tamara Carlton, the CEO of the Leadership Innovation Board, followed by looking at Dr. Amelia, who's basically currently working as the at the UK Newton office as the country manager. So Dr. Amelia, welcome to you. Next, it's Dorina. Dorina is from the University of Basel, really focusing on the Venture Leader Program, one of our very good accelerator programs for the past 10 years out of Switzerland. Then we have Pieter de Wet, who is from UNIDO, basically focusing on the Global Cleantech Innovation Program. Dr. Anshu Puriachi, who's the CEO of the South African Technology Network, with really a large membership and has been working with us in the innovation and entrepreneurship space. We also have recently been working with one of our colleagues from the Embassy of Brazil. It's Helena, who basically heads up the science and technology innovation portfolio at the Embassy of Brazil. And lastly, on the session, on the panel is Enrico, who basically is the director out of the Belgium campus and is working on grassroots innovations and how do we sustain them. And then today joining us, like I said, will be Gift, which is basically was the BRICS winner for South Africa and will give us an update. So I'd like to start with our first panel member for today. It's Dr. Tamara Carlton from Stanford University, as well as the CEO of the Innovation Leadership Board. So over to you, Tamara.
Yes, very excited to be here, and not an easy question you're asking all of us. So a few thoughts in context of the work that I do, and of course the future of South Africa and the African continent. What we really try to emphasize is helping teams, and particularly youth, really understand a moonshot mindset, meaning How do you think bigger? How do you understand really to shoot for the moon? And this is part of building a bigger capability for seeing a future that you can influence, that these are ideas that have 10 times, maybe 100 times impact. And it doesn't happen to be overnight. This could be something that takes a team to do over a decade or a few years. But if you start with that bigger idea, then it can electrify everybody. It can create that bigger inspiration that everybody wants to be a part of. And I had the fortune to come to South Africa across a number of the different cities at the invitation of TIA, but also working with the National School of Government, several of the SETAs, the universities. And I know that the raw potential is there and the energy is there. And you have so many great role models and examples that we can take around the world. And so to me, this is really about how do you create that bigger mindset. So quick thoughts from me. Sinisha, let me hand back to you and see how that fits what you're thinking.
Thanks for that, Tamara. So I think for me, it's been absolutely amazing working with you in terms of the foresight innovation tools that we've been using, in some of these programs, and to see just where people are today that have actually come onto the program. And on your side, just to understand, how do we then scale that kind of opportunity up, especially whilst we're all sitting on a webinar? How can we obviously take these kind of programs to share it with more youth across South Africa? And I think for me, that's the key message that I'm looking for. It's one thing trying to do it in a room, but how do we do it more virtually, and how do we get more people involved?
This is a question I think a number of groups across different regions are wrestling with, which is how do you create the capability when suddenly you have to go hybrid or completely virtual? And then how do you tie into the different ecosystems? So we have the summit here as one example where you brought together many different experts from different backgrounds to make this happen. I think we can enable this in smaller pockets with different age groups. And of course, with my consulting and strategy work, this is usually big corporations, senior management, executives. But then with university work, I can appreciate the youth and the students who are wrestling with similar challenges. And all of them are trying to make a difference. And when you ask, how do you support this with different online tools? I think, frankly, you have to fit the local context and the economics. So I was reading about some great examples in South Africa where a lot of the education is being rolled out via WhatsApp. And you're doing an entire classroom experience over WhatsApp, and the teacher now gets the advantage to privately message students as well as create the broader group interaction. This isn't something that works as well in an American context. In fact, in Silicon Valley, we have a fair amount of addiction to Google Classroom and a lot of other tools, Facebook, which makes sense for the local environment. And my thinking and belief is that as we look to support this across different regions and in a South African context, you work with the tools you have. And you also encourage the people in the community to create extensions of the tools that make sense for them. And to me, this isn't about trying to be strict and say, only this model, only this platform, as much as whatever we can do to help empower. And as a side note around empowering, one of the questions that came up in a class I'm teaching now, actually with Swiss students in a business school, was to say, what positive futures, what movies do you see now that give you a constructive, positive view of what you can do differently? Because right now, Hollywood and a lot of other media groups around the world are focused on more of the dystopian stories, things that make for good drama on TV or in action movies, but it doesn't necessarily give the inspiration. And particularly for young people, how do you excite them and give them more positive images, visions of what they want to change, do differently. And part of it could be to invite them to help create those visions. Not to say that, you know, Tia suddenly is moving into the movie production space, but I think tapping into the different tools, allowing a lot to be homegrown, which I think fits into the South African history and legacy there, but also to encourage people to go big and to create visions they want to see, because we need more of those examples, not just the role models, but also visions to say in 10 years, 50 years, this is what we want. And these are going to be the leaders making that future happen.
I mean, thank you for that. And I think my last question to you is around the joint innovation projects. You know, looking at youth working across the continent, but obviously globally as well, where they could be working on joint projects. How do you see that panning out across the globe?
You know, this is interesting because I think the pandemic has actually had us take a step back in many ways, and how we support different groups and youth groups and the rising generation and how they do what they do. And then, of course, providing the resources to make that happen. I think one element that is coming up more, and a group like TIA, but other universities and large organizations can help support, are creating these global challenges. And you can do this as a partnership model. And by challenge, I mean really something that's a grand challenge, a big question, almost a dare to say, how could we do this differently? What do you see? And maybe the challenge is a bit of a competition and you have a purse of money attached, or it might be a different type of reward or seed program to then allow teams that are interested to carry forward as a startup or other venture. But I think creating these moments, and then if we do this with a couple of different partners, and you'll have to pilot. It's not as if the first or second challenge right away will be with the rock stars, but you start and you experiment. This is something I'm seeing even the heavy players in Silicon Valley and others around the world. I'm actually sitting in Europe now, which is why I don't have to be in the middle of the night talking here on South African time. But we have Eric Schmidt, right? CEO of Google, and, or I should say former, but now doing Schmidt Futures, and he's put out a grand challenge with part of his foundation, Schmidt Futures, behind. He's also trying to wrestle with these questions. His most recent one, and I think he just extended the deadline, was to ask teams and people around the world, how could you improve education in COVID times? We're all asking this, but it's great. He's trying to tap into his network with his resources, and I think we can help create these types of movements with challenges like this. And I'm excited to hear what my other fellow panelists are thinking as well. This is just partly my view.
Thank you so much for that. And I think across the continent, we still battle with the connectivity issues. So I think as soon as we're able to sort the connectivity issues out at a higher level, the education system will be able to take off much more smoothly online. So thank you for sharing that with us. I would now like to hand over to Dr. Amelia, who is a very good colleague of mine from the UK Newton Fund, and she's going to share some of the experiences that they've had with South Africa and the different partnerships that we currently have rolled out with them. Over to you, Dr. Amelia.
Thank you so much, Sanisha, and good morning to the fellow panel members as well. Great to be here. So I work with the UK Newton Fund, and for those who don't know what the Newton Fund is, it's in a nutshell, it's a program designed by the UK Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy in 2014. And the idea was to work with emerging economies, focus on their priorities. And so the shared priorities are decided by the partner country. And once those are established, it just filters down then working with different delivery partners. So we have delivery partners on the side of the UK as well as in South Africa. And what they do is then they co-design programs that are relevant for the specific challenges in the particular partner country. So for South Africa, the Newton Fund has existed since 2014. We have programs covering health research, higher education, innovation policy, weather and climate research, DARA big data, which is radio astronomy, so, and so much more. Particularly with our partners at TIA, we've been working on a program that we call Leaders in Innovation Fellowships. And basically, the idea of that program is to strengthen the innovation and entrepreneurial ecosystem in South Africa. So we've had, I think we're working now with the 7th cohort. So basically, they're selected and they go for training in the UK, they come back, they have mentors. And what we try to do is that stimulate these young entrepreneurs so that, you know, they could pivot their innovations and their projects. And what we do is basically we support them in many different ways. So I think this speaks very much to what the South African government, and particularly the Department of Science and Innovation, with the National Development Plan, where you, for those who don't know, where innovation and entrepreneurship is a very crucial part of that plan, as it will, you know, help, you know, stimulate jobs and also just, you know, help South Africa in its progress on its transformation agenda to a knowledge-based economy. So in a nutshell, so that's what the Newton Fund does. And yeah.
Thank you for that, Amelia. And I think, you know, if we look at where we're going in terms of scaling out for impact with one of the most recent programs we've launched, can you share some insight on that particular program?
Yeah. Yeah, so I think, you know, this is a very exciting program, and we hope that, you know, we can replicate it in other parts of Africa as well if it's very successful. So Newton, I forgot to mention, is basically the programs are divided according to 3 different pillars. So you've got people, so capacity development, you know, mobility exchange, research. Research is the second pillar, so different research areas, but then the translation leg. So taking ideas, you know, and how do you produce products out of these, and how do you solve the challenges that South Africa is facing? So what is so specific with the Scaling Out for Impact program, SOFI by short, is basically it allows South African entrepreneurs to interact and work together with UK SMEs. And I think that, you know, just seeing the pipeline of, for instance, some examples that started off as LIFT entrepreneurs, and, you know, they, through the training that they got, you know, the enabling environment that is supported by, you know, DSI and TIA, seed funding and everything, they've been able to develop their businesses. And I think many of them, of course, at different stages in their entrepreneurship journey. So the Scale Out for Impact will actually bring all these things together where they can scale out, but also work with their UK counterparts and have access to a market that, you know, they wouldn't have access to just by focusing on what they're doing in South Africa. So I think this, we're all very excited about that. And the program is due to launch in a couple of weeks. So yeah.
Thank you for that, Amelia. And I think you've always been very clear on our ability to market and better communicate things. And I think that in this particular space for us has been key during this time of COVID in terms of sharing the success stories and sharing the good news out there. So I'd really like to thank you on bringing that to the attention of how we could better be more inclusive in terms of what we share. What would you see as one of the key challenges that these entrepreneurs or innovators face when you deal with them in these programs?
Yeah. So in order to answer that question, I think it's important, you know, that, you know, understand where these entrepreneurs and innovators are coming from. For a long time, South Africa was pretty closed, and, you know, the ability to innovate and to be a successful entrepreneur was afforded only by a few. So again, I think programs such as the Newton Fund, working together with you at TIA, there's incredible, I must emphasize, there's incredible talent on the ground. But I think that programs such as the Leaders in Innovation Fellowship and SOFI is that you're basically zooming in on the talent and grassroots innovations that entrepreneurs, particularly in the rural townships, rural areas, have identified as a need and have a solution how to solve, those problems. So what we offer is the environment, the tools, the support. And I think that, one of the key successes that we've been able to see is, as I just mentioned, that you see, young Black females who previously, had great ideas but didn't know where to go, and how to get access to a network or funding. And I think that's where the added value comes with our collaboration with you at TIA. So I think there are many success stories. I mean, we work together with the Royal Academy of Engineering. They have a fantastic site. So if you have time, go in there. It's called the LIFT Community site. I mean, it gives examples of, entrepreneurs, what they've done with their products, with their businesses, where they're taking them. And it's not only in South Africa, but the network, because we have this program in other partner countries as well. So it's access to a global network, a community of like-minded. So, there's shared value and experiences that they can learn from each other and so forth. So I think that there's so many success stories, too many to name here, but definitely, yeah.
Amelia, thank you for that. I think for me, key to the partnership with the UK has always been Royal Academy of Engineering together with Accenture and your team. They're totally transformative, in the sense that how do we transform and get more women innovators and entrepreneurs on board? And we ran a program specifically for women, and you're able to see the change by just the natural flow and allow of, let's take in more young Black people, let's take in more females and transform the program. So good up to you guys on that side. So thank you for that, Amelia.
You're welcome.
Okay, so next I'd like to introduce everyone to Dorina, who's from the University of Basel. And Dorina, on your side, I mean, the Swiss Venture Leader Program, we really do celebrate this year, the 10th year that it's been in existence with yourself and other partner countries that you roll out the program. And we must say that if you look at the different levels of entrepreneurship in South Africa, it doesn't just get there overnight. We generally would run the basic entrepreneurship course, and then the Venture Leader team comes up to South Africa to run the advanced program. But obviously, we've seen a big change in this particular cohort, where everything's been done online currently. And as we speak, they're in the program for this week, which is absolutely amazing. So I think from the TIA side, we can't thank you guys enough for allowing us to relook at designing those kind of programs. So from your side, I just want you to share your take on working with South Africa in the Venture Leader Program and where you see we could make any changes going forward.
Yeah, hello, good morning. And thank you, Sinisha, for the introduction, and good morning to everybody on the panel. It's a pleasure to actually talk about our program, and we have been, as you said, been engaged with TIA for the last 10 years. As a matter of fact, I prepared a presentation, and maybe I hope I can share that with you, because I was asking if I could share the.
So Dorina, if you share your screen and your slides, we'd be able to then see.
Perfect. So I think.
Yeah.
Is it okay? All right. So yeah, as I said, we are celebrating 10 years of the Swiss South African Business Development Program, and we have been initiating this together with TIA. The University of Basel is actually the leading house for the South African program, and it actually forms part of a bigger bilateral agreement. So let me, a little bit of struggling here. So I just wanted to give you some impressions of what we have been doing. And Sinisha already started to also describe our partners. So on the Swiss side, it is basically the University of Basel, and we are teaming up. Our service provider is Venture Lab. It's a national startup training company that is really well known and runs a lot of Swiss startup trainings in Switzerland. But they have been engaged since the start. So they have been coming, or they came to South Africa to train in an advanced workshop. And then later on, as I will show you in a second, that is actually a, so the whole thing starts with an advanced entrepreneur workshop in South Africa, where there are about 20 people who then will be selected to go to Switzerland in the next half year or next month, to be then exposed to the doing business in Switzerland. And it's also a matter of bringing a new perception of doing business just in general, to change the perspective, to also in a way broaden their mind, train them in specific areas. So this whole entrepreneurship, the advanced entrepreneurship workshop is the start. It is a three-day advanced workshop. And then, as I said, the Venture Leaders Week is the follow-up. And so the start will be just raising awareness of the technology commercialization process required to develop, and how to take innovative idea to market. And the idea also in the beginning was to address entrepreneurship challenges inherent into science, engineering, and technology. So we started, I think, with biotech, and then moved up broader into just high tech, and called it high tech. So that could be anything from agribusiness to fintech. Just lately, we had some fintech companies. We found that biotech would be just too narrow focus. So the next step is then the venture leaders. And the aims there is to boost the recognition of Swiss and South African innovations and synergies. So the aim is to initially let Swiss and South African companies come together, find synergies, partnering up, and translate their findings into business and successful business. It is also an aim to better understand the industry environment of the corresponding countries, and improve market application by validating the ideas with peers, expert, and potential customers. So one basic part is also the exchange of entrepreneurs. And at the moment, as Sinisha just said, we have both the advanced and a similar program that runs with the Swiss venture leaders. So they will, for instance, they will meet tomorrow afternoon to exchange on their ideas and to actually basically mentor each other how to best access the market in South Africa and then Switzerland. Here we have some more images from the South African venture leaders to Switzerland. As I said, one thing is really the exposure also to Swiss market and to the way of doing business in Switzerland. A really big event is, of course, also networking, is the pitch battle, where South African and Swiss companies pitch against each other. There is another one coming up on Wednesday at the Innovation Summit. So these are pictures of the groups, respectively, throughout the years coming to Switzerland. And 2018, the program actually gained the Swiss side. So we have the Swiss venture leaders also going to South Africa. And the focus is basically on business meetings with South African stakeholders, for once doing business, but also searching for partners. That could be, for example, for a company in ICT to look for, of course, as you said, there is so much knowledge in that space. So there is that was also one aim of a particular startup to look for employees, for capabilities. Yeah, I'm just not summing everything up. Again, some pictures, and they just had, I mean, we had really positive feedback of both the South African and Swiss venture leaders. They both said that it was a great experience, and it really challenged their way of thinking. And right now we are at the new program at the summit. It is a virtual program. It's an online program, obviously. And the week has just started. So this morning it was actually me being able, or I had to actually attend both meetings, and it's a challenge, but it's a really wonderful process, and I'm happy that we can be engaged in that. So with that, I'm coming to an end.
So thank you for that, Dorina. I think we obviously missing you in Cape Town this year. You would have been advanced workshop, and we will get the other panel members to join us. But from my side, I think it's so important that because we're going online and you're finding that all of these programs, the content is shared across all of these programs, there definitely is a huge opportunity for us to maximize the effect and scale it up. And that's why I'm glad that Dr. Padiachi is also on board today to share a little bit on how we're going to do that. You know, we've always spoke about how we're going to scale up the opportunity, and through these challenging times, I think we are definitely going to be able to do that. So thank you for that. I would now like to share with you something about the Global Innovation Clean Tech Program, where the Technology Innovation Agency has been a partner for the program. I think we've been one of the first partners involved on the GSA program. And I'd like to hand over to Pietro de Wet, that will share some insights into one of the accelerator programs that is actually run out of Vienna. And currently we running the program right now with a cohort of 20 young entrepreneurs in the clean tech space. So Pietro, I'd like to hand over to you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Anisha, and thank you for the opportunity, and good morning to all of the colleagues. I would also like to share my screen. I think it's just going to be a little bit more easier to do it that way. So if you just bear with me for a moment, please. Okay, so as Tanisha said, this is about the Global Clean Tech Innovation Program, and the objective there is to accelerate clean technology innovation and entrepreneurship in South Africa. Just very briefly, I assume most of you are aware of UNIDO and its role. We are a specialized agency of the United Nations, and we focus specifically on inclusive and sustainable industrial development. The SDG, of course, we work within the scope of all of the SDGs, but the one that we focus on very specifically is SDG 9, which is around industry, innovation, and infrastructure. So you'll see how this program clearly also fits into that. And the focus of UNIDO and all of its programs is capacity building, policy support, always very strong on gender mainstreaming, enhancing competitiveness, and then, of course, the environmental aspect of it. I am from the South African office, and our areas of coverage, the countries you will see at the bottom there. I'm not going to, in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through the detail of all of the slides. So this is one of the very inspirational quotes that we have from Minister, at the time, Minister of Science and Technology, which is now DSI, Mrs. Naledi Pandor. She was extremely supportive of this project as we went along. So at one of the events, she always officiated at the final event of the project. She said, this program has showcased an innovative nation. Innovation adds momentum to the structural economic change that is needed for economic growth, job creation, and an improved quality of life. And I think that is, it echoes what some of the other speakers have already said also. So very briefly, what this is about. The GCIP is the acronym for it. We love acronyms at UNIDO. Is a competition-based business accelerator. And it's aimed at promoting clean technology innovation. So we're focusing specifically on the clean technology arena. And it supports then startups and small enterprises to grow their ideas into viable and sustainable clean tech businesses. The phase one, which is what Tanisha has referred to, that was the first one of the GCIPs. It was piloted in South Africa at COP17 in 2011 in Durban. And based on the success of that and support by the various government departments and the funder, the Global Environment Facility, it was then a full project was then developed, and it was launched in South Africa in 2014. It was a 4-year project. And it was the implementing agency in South Africa was the Technology Innovation Agencies, TIA. So we were the international partner, the Global Environment Facility funded it, and we made use of an international, we had a global knowledge partner, the Cleantech Open at the time. They have since decided to focus on the USA specifically, not South Africa any longer or other countries. And then because of the success of the program over the 4 years, TIA also piloted the project in 2 additional sectors in 2018. These are the countries, as I said, it was a global country. These were the countries that participated in phase 1 of the GCIP. And what the GCIP does, it does have a very comprehensive approach. It also looks at the whole the ecosystem for clean tech. It looks at policy and regulatory support. It has a very strong mentoring and training component, and it also links enterprises to different sources of financing, which is one of the areas that we are continuously looking at now for the second phase of the project. And there's a capacity building component in the institutions, like in this case, it was TIA. So this is just what we require from, or was required for phase 1 from the entrepreneurs to participate in the project. In essence, they had to be between proof of concept to pre-commercialization. They had to have a team, and they had to have a feasible concept and product that shows potential for commercialization. The approach is also, I think it was Amanda also spoke about the validation. They follow a very structured and programmatic approach, where all of their assumptions are tested, where they document it, and those are then submitted also as part of the competition in the end. And each of these participants works on their own businesses throughout this process, which runs over a formal accelerated period of 4 months, but most of them continue with working with their mentors, and they are also a part of the network of alumni after that. There's also a supporting international webinar series where all the participating countries, the mentors and the entrepreneurs participate. These are just a few photographs. Yeah.
Forgive me to interrupt, but I don't think we're seeing the right screen and your lovely slides. So maybe if you share.
So Pietro, maybe no, I think for purposes of time, we'll share the slides with the summit. Not a problem.
All right,
Okay.
so shall I just talk?
Just stop sharing your screen, yeah.
I can stop sharing it. Okay. All right. So what we've done, let me just then, what we've done extremely, the program was extremely successful in the sense that with the participants going through the program from where they are selected to participate, through the business clinics that we offer, through the webinar series, working with their mentors, through the competition at the actual pitching as part of the competition. At the end of it, there's a South African opportunity where they pitch, and the winners are then selected, and then they go to the global forum, which previously was presented in San Francisco in the US, and since last year it's been presented in Vienna, but that might change in terms of where the best market access would be for these, or exposure would be for these entrepreneurs. So our entrepreneurs have always, through the TIA program, they've done extremely well. We've had winners, we've had in most years. Last year, for instance, at the Vienna Week, Cleantech Week, of the top 5 prizes, we had four winners from South Africa. In terms of the number of entrepreneurs who went through this program, between 2014 and 2017, the global fund, the donor-funded period, we had 102 entrepreneurs or entrepreneurial teams directly benefiting from this program. Of those, between 25 and 35% are in the market, but most of them are still very early stages, very early stage, and further support obviously is critical for them. But the program was then institutionalized at TIA at the beginning of 2018 from 1 January. And at one of the gala events, Minister Pandor specifically challenged UNIDO and the South African counterparts. Her words were, don't leave these entrepreneurs out in the desert. They need further support. And that was also what I think most of you will find in terms of the needs of the entrepreneurs. They do need further support to cross the technology chasm in order to really get to commercialization and have a successful venture that is also possible for them to scale up and to connect with partners, with possible investors, etc., both locally, regionally, and internationally. So what UNIDO is doing at the moment, we are in the process, we've already have the funding approved, again, by the Global Environment Facility. We are at the moment working with TIA, which is again going to be the implementing agency as recommended by the South African government. So we're working on the detailed project plan at the moment. The IDC, the Industrial Development Corporation, is also a key player in this phase 2 of the project, which will now take the entrepreneurs really through to commercialization with advanced business support, through additional partnerships, with especially very focused early stage funding instruments to help them to get to the market and to commercialization and to scale up. Tanisha, I think for now, this is probably what we need.
Yeah, I think, Pietro, thank you for that.
I'll send you my presentation. So
okay, so the key message, I mean, that we took from the GSIP program was the mentorship program was absolutely amazing, you know, in terms of taking it forward. Another key thing is that same 20 Business Element Accelerator program easily scaled up across all sectors of the economy, not just for clean tech as well. So just thank you. And also UNIDO's call to say, how do we take the entrepreneurs from after winning to commercialization on your GSIP 2? I think that's been a good job on the UNIDO side. Okay, so I'd like to hand over to Dr. Podiachi. I know there's a little bit of a time factor that we have to keep to. So Dr. Podiachi, I'm going to hand over to you in terms of your workings with TIA over the past almost 7 to 8 years now. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanisha. Wonderful to be in touch with all of you, all of the colleagues from around the world. Just to say to you that I think this is a very important time in our history in the world to be able to contribute to seeing how we can get this economy around the world rebooted. And we have been working with TIA over the past, since 2015 as our strategic partner, and there were 3 selected programs that we worked with them on. And I think the most powerful one was the entrepreneurship program, the waste management program, which is very critical for South Africa at the moment and will create hundreds of thousands of jobs if we get that right. We've piloted and found that to be excellent. And the third one, which is linked to our entrepreneurship program, is the Graduate Employability App. Now, just to preface my discussion, I'd just like to share with you the rationale for us entering this this domain of entrepreneurship education. And not just entrepreneurship education, but entrepreneurship as a savior for most countries in the world. Having studied this together with TIA around the world, we looked at various countries and how they managed to get entrepreneurs on the go. And it's not just innovators, because innovators are not necessarily entrepreneurs. And innovators need to work with people who are entrepreneurs. And I think there's often a confusion around that. But I found some very interesting findings in the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, which is a recent study, which showed that South Africa scored higher than the global average, especially when it spoke about opportunities to start a business. And that was a very interesting finding, because if we had good perceptions around opportunities to start businesses, why then weren't we doing this? And South Africans also believed that they had very good skills and very good capabilities, but there was a great deal of fear around failure in these businesses. So as we proceeded with the research, TIA and ourselves, that's the South African Technology Network, which is a consortium of technology-focused institutions, and we have partnerships around the world. So we engaged with our partners, and particularly with Ireland and with the UK and with the Netherlands and Korea, and looked at how we're going to address this issue of entrepreneurship. So we ran programs initially in 2015 for 70 student entrepreneurs from the various institutions in the country, and together with TIA ran these programs on entrepreneurship. It was very successful. Students started their own businesses, but of course had difficulties with getting funding, etc., to kickstart their businesses. But the important thing was they had these skills. We went on with this for 3 years in succession, and then realized that we needed to formalize this. So we formalized this in terms of a curriculum. We have both a level 4 and a level 5 NQF level 4 and 5 curriculum now that all students can take. But how could we reach these students? And during the course of these discussions and having these programs and having a formal curriculum where students now could engage with the curriculum, get a certificate and have the skills, etc., we decided, and especially during COVID-19, we realized that we're not going to reach too many people if it is a face-to-face program, and having, of course, the Dragon's Den program, bringing in venture capitalists and bringing in people who'd want to do this with our students. So we decided to develop this app, which we call the Graduate Employability App, which is going to be launched shortly. The rationale for that, of course, for us was to mainly to ensure that we could check our graduates, where they were, etc. But we are now linking this online program, which we've converted from a face-to-face program onto an online program. And this is going to be launched shortly. So every student in the country will have access to this online program where they will get the necessary skills to become entrepreneurs and to find partners in industry. So there's a database of all the industries that are available, and industry can contact these students and engage with them on these various ideas that they have. And currently, with the way in which we are operating now remotely, this is going to prove to be highly successful. And our partner there is the Irish partner. The Irish Embassy has provided funding for this, and this program will be launched shortly. We believe that every student, irrespective of whether you are an entrepreneur or not, or needs to understand what it means to be an entrepreneur, at least have the skills. So midway through their program, as you know, we have many, many poor students in the country who often have to leave university to start employment. They will have the necessary skills to start their business. And based on what we found with the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, many students and many young people want to start businesses, but don't necessarily have the skills to do so. And not all innovators, as I said earlier, become entrepreneurs. So often innovators and entrepreneurs can meet on this platform in order to start off these businesses and get going with it. It provides them with all the funding opportunities, how to actually get funding, where to get the funding from, etc. So that is the program that we're currently working on. I'm sorry that I can't give you the details, but all of you will be able to get it via TIA when we officially launch this program, and we'd like to invite you to the official launch. The other area that we thought that was very necessary for South Africa was waste management. I want to apologize for the country. We are a throwaway nation. Recycling, etc., has not been part of our culture for a long period of time. And when Tia and ourselves worked on this project, and we've launched 6 such projects at the Universities of Technology that are working wonderfully now. We have 6 e-waste plants situated at universities. I mean, every student has approximately 3 of these things, and they don't know what to do with them when it's finished. So they just throw it in a drawer because they want a new one that's smarter and better. And the recycling of this product is just amazing. We looked at countries like India, China, Japan, and we found that recycling of these products can start excellent businesses. And what we're seeing is the 6 projects that we have now at the Universities of Technology, at 5 Universities of Technology and 1 TVET college, has been an amazing success. And TIA has been a partner on that program as well. And you are welcome to look at our website, both the TIA and the SATN website, to see how these projects are working. But we have also curriculated a program for a level 5 program, an NQF level 5 program on waste management. It's the latest. It's going to be launched in January of next year. And we do know that the Department of Environmental Affairs is pretty excited about this, so that we can create, we are hoping that through this program, we will create many, many jobs. And in South Africa, all our curriculum, and I have to agree with the earlier speakers, that what we have done is our curriculum at university is to train job seekers, not job creators. And our entrepreneurship program is about creating job creators so that we can employ more and more people. And each of these entrepreneurs, we know, especially with our e-waste program, the 6 projects have created something like 60 jobs. And I can imagine what we would do if we had to look at solid waste, plastics, glass and bottles, fluorescents, etc. We will be creating hundreds of thousands of jobs and really making a dent to this high unemployment rate. I don't even want to go to where we are currently, but prior to COVID-19, we were 29% unemployment. And I heard from an earlier speaker that there are 800,000 jobs available. And why aren't we employing? And again, it's because of the skills and access to those jobs. So I do believe that the strategic partnership that we have with TIA, and I know that all of us on this panel now can talk further about how we can come together to do these things, because all of us are doing the same thing. And rather than repeat and do it independently, I'm sure that whilst we work independently, there are certain programs that we can work jointly on and create more opportunities for newer entrepreneurs and newer innovators. So I don't want to keep you too long. I understand that we have a time constraint, but I will be happy to talk to you individually I'm sure that Sanisha will pass on our email and our contact details. So thank you, Sanisha, for this opportunity to share.
Thank you, Dr. Poriachi. I'm sure everybody's very excited to hear what's coming from the South African Technology Network. And we'll be very excited to know, so across all of the various innovation programs, there's a circular economy and waste programs and how we can work together to partner. And it is really about creating that value, because we do see that there's a lot of wealth in the waste projects that's currently coming on board. So Gift will share his experience with us a little bit later. But for now, I'd like to take you guys to South America, to one of my favorite countries in the world. And we're recently looking at partnering with the Embassy of Brazil. And Helena is here to share with us a little bit about what we're planning to do as we see South Africa's ecosystem, as well as the Brazil ecosystem, very similar in terms of what they experience, not only politically, but also in the innovation space. So Helena is from the Embassy of Brazil, heading up the Head of Science and Technology and Innovation. Helena, I'd like to hand over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sanisha. Good morning, all. It's a great pleasure to be sharing this Zoom room with you all. First of all, of course, I'd like to thank Sanisha for this invitation. It has always been a great pleasure working with Tia, and especially with Sanisha. We are excited about these partnerships and about what we can accomplish together. Just briefly, as Sanisha mentioned, I'm from the Embassy of Brazil. I'm a career diplomat. And I've been in South Africa since 2018, and since 2019 I've been heading the Science, Technology, Innovation section, among other sectors. But Science Technology is my favorite one, not only because we have this great agenda, very positive, there is great potential for cooperation, but it's the one where we can have this focus on individual. We can see some practical results because we can actually develop programs that can help people. So this is actually one of my favorite aspects of this job. Thus, embassies also can have this important role of helping to develop skills and develop leadership. And by bridging gaps and by putting people together, we are able to help those people, our people grow. One of the projects, like Sanisha mentioned, that we are currently working on, it's still a plan, it's still on the paper, but we are advancing well. I'm optimistic about it, despite of the pandemics. Refers to how to approach and how to help those young entrepreneurs to grow, and especially how to make them access a different market. So as an embassy since 2018, we have been bringing startups to South Africa and presenting them to the local ecosystem and presenting them to other inventive entrepreneurs. One of the most successful meetings was actually organized by Sanisha last year that we had with some health tech companies that we brought here. So even if the business partnerships are not established on spot, these immersion experiences providing all the participants from those startups important tools for that they are going to be incorporating to the growth of their businesses. Thus, we have decided to start the discussions with our partners here in South Africa, TIA being the main one, about this pioneer project that our Ministry of Foreign Affairs is supporting. This project is already being done in other countries. It's going to the second edition, I guess, in India, and we have developed in other countries as well, but regards this cross-incubation program of startups. We are hoping that next year we're going to be able to effectively start this program with Brazil and South Africa. Just simply to explain, among the many similarities that we can find between Brazil and South Africa, the vital importance of agriculture and a bustling startup environment made us think that we should be uniting those two subjects. And at the crossroads of both trends is the agri-tech universe. So building on the strength and complementaries of Brazil and South Africa, on agricultural research institutes and the talent of young entrepreneurs. And bear in mind other activities that are on the pipeline by the embassy. We have together with TIA identify Agritech to be the pilot field for this program that aims at promoting this regular exchange of innovative startups between the two countries and aim at creating an immersion program for startups. The program works in both directions. The idea of the program is to work in both directions. So in one phase, representatives from Brazil would come to South Africa. The Brazilian government would be paying for them. The representatives would be from 3 different startups, the idea on the agricultural field. They will be selected by a committee in Brazil. That's upon to be decided. And they will come and they will spend 2 weeks here in South Africa undergoing a dedicated incubation program. During this program, they would be taking part, visiting institutions, taking part in technological parks, taking part in meetings, and of course, they would be also pitching their companies in dedicated sessions with potential partners. We still have not identified where they would be incubated. It could be in more than one city. We thought about something more or less about 2 weeks of time. And the same would happen with South African startups going to Brazil. This would be extremely interesting because then those companies would really have immersion in the ecosystem. They'll be able to identify the differences, to bring the best practice homes. And of course, ideally, both of them would be already reaching an international market. So that's also a very important aspect of this project. The program is still ongoing. We're still developing it. And of course, we have the pandemic now, which makes it a lot more harder to think of a horizon where travel would be unrestricted. But to be honest, just by listening to your talks, I've already had new ideas for this project. Even if the pandemic is still here, we can maybe think of ways of curbing it and trying to kickstart this project. So basically, that's what I wanted to share. This is the main project that we have in the pipeline regarding cross incubation and development and skills development. This will also probably be linked to a seminar that we are organizing on Agritech, more likely to be a webinar now, but they are interlinked, and there's great potential for us to develop this.
Thank you, Helena, for sharing that with us. And as you can see, across the programs that we currently run, they run very similar. So I think the good news is that we can really share best practices and experiences from Switzerland right through to Vienna, Ireland, as well as the US. So I'm pretty happy that you're on board so that we can get that rolled out. I'm now going to hand over to Enrico. Enrico is from the Belgium campus, and Enrico, because of where we're at, I think you've worked a lot in terms of entrepreneurship and innovation and worked with a lot of grassroots innovators. And if you can share some of your experiences with us, that would be absolutely amazing. Thank you. I'd hand over to you.
Thank you, Sanisha, and good day to all the panel members, but also to everyone who is joining the Skills Summit today. I prepared also a little presentation, so if I may share my screen also, so that you can see, hopefully, the presentation that I prepared, and should become online now. So Belgium Campus is a private higher education institution. We are a not-for-profit higher education institution. And we believe that, higher education should lead to jobs, should lead to students or graduates joining industry, but also to start their own companies. And how do they do this? How are they going to become part of this bigger ecosystem and also understand the world that we live in? Unfortunately, you know, what we see is that too often when somebody finishes their education, 3-year, 4-year qualifications, that already 40 or 50% of what they've learned became obsolete. And the question there is how do you make them agile? How do you make them part of this ecosystem and that they understand the role that they're going to play? Especially now in the COVID-19 and in this pandemic, we see that the world changed even more faster than before. The question is, do we sit back, or do we also see this actually as an opportunity and to be part of the new world of tomorrow? Over the past number of years, we have seen that there are a number of drivers changing the world, like longevity, access to data, and business have changed. Business have moved to other parts of the world. We also have seen the impact on South Africa. We have heard earlier about the jobs that are available. So how can we make use of these drivers? And how do we actually also need to adapt this into our educational model so that we produce graduates that can come in here? And this is a question that many of the universities have been battling with already for numbers and numbers of years. And that's why, you know, we started with the triple helix, bringing academia, industry, together with government. And then we said, but what about society? We also have to think about them. But what about the drivers that are changing the world and that are shaping the world? And how do you create sustainable collaboration and also value the students as creators of knowledge to become part of this? And this is something that is very important for us. Too often we see that educational models are models that are embedded into our educational landscape and that are already 300 years old. But the youth of today, they've got wonderful ideas. And we really should actually make use of them and make use of them as creators of knowledge and bring them and embed them into our region and into academia together with industry to make them and become part of this innovation landscape, but also of their future, because they are the future of the country, they are the future of the world. So one of the things that we have adapted in our educational model is really key elements of action-based learning, and where we bring them together with other faculties and with other universities, not only in South Africa, but also worldwide, because technology is everywhere. And the question is, do you have to learn everyone technology, or has everyone, or do the technologists have to learn about agriculture, about smart cities, about medicine, and so on? Or are we going to bring these ones together already from the moment that we start with education and actually create that environment? Now, I want to show you an example of where we adopted the Learning Factory, and where, thanks to the Learning Factory, which we bring in from year one, and where we bring innovation and leadership from year one together with the industry, together with the faculty, we create an environment where students basically become and are valued as creators of knowledge, but also come with innovative ideas. The example was given about, for example, waste management. That's one where we work on. Another one that we work on is, for example, around agriculture, and where we, together with our students, came on an innovation example of an aquaponics system that is also linked to the SDGs. And we're together with society, we are taking a look at how to create a food security and nutrition program. A research program that we were running together with our students was valorized into a program together with the communities of Soweto and Diepsloot, and where 15 million rand is actually now being invested in these communities, and where basically families of 4 to 6 have access to healthy nutrition daily, vegetables and proteins, and where also at the same time we are creating a sustainable solar smart aquaponic system together with the students and together with the community. And what we did for this, if you take a look at the model, is the way we took a look at how can we valorize research into education, work together with multidisciplinary students, together with society, together with individuals. And then where we also can involve businesses that have possible solutions, but where we then together with them can use their expertise to the benefit of individuals. And then again, where government can play a role in funding possible these solutions, but also where we can in return give a blueprint for this solution so that it can go beyond the project that we do together with our students. And what we see as a result out of this is that by having and we are currently, for example, with this specific aquaponic system, implementing this in the communities, we see that new businesses are also being established, not only through the entrepreneurs of the students, but also through the training together with the community. Also new businesses are actually being formed within the community. So it goes beyond the project itself together with other organizations. And the format that we use is the way we actually work together in a formal class during one semester around knowledge valorization, where we bring them together in a project with other students and where we work a lot on intercultural but also international competences together with the industry. It's very important where we need to engage with the community so that we understand the context that we operate in. And also actually make them part of this so that they also can own the project. And our students basically take it then to the technology readiness levels from ideation up to prototyping in a multidisciplinary project. So it goes beyond just the knowledge transfer that needs to happen at university, but it's also about creating the right skills or developing the right skills, but also the right attitudes and behaviors so that they understand the world that they operate in so that they can become agile and really work in this new model, not of tomorrow, but already of today. Because we see that the business models are evolving. We see that society is evolving. So also educational models need to evolve too. And this is basically where we try, in this context, try to shape graduates so that they can enter this environment and join the future of South Africa.
Thank you for that, Enrico. I think we're definitely looking forward to working with you in the near and coming years, because I think for us what's very important is how do we look at those really good projects where we can put together really good teams across the innovators, across the entrepreneurs that we've been working with thus far. And like I said, over 10 years, the pipeline, South Africa is not short of young people that are really talented. So I think it's how do we get them together to really have sustainable startups. So thank you very much for that. And I always say, for me, the most exciting thing is when you're standing on a stage or when you're in another country and we really can celebrate the successes of our young innovators and entrepreneurs. And today we have with us Gift Lubela, who is the co-founder of Kudoti, which is an e-waste Internet of Things-based company and has worked with other partners from other countries. And recently, this week, he won the BRICS competition, Young Innovator Competition. So I wouldn't want to share too much, but I'd like to hand over to Gift, to share a message about young entrepreneurs in this country, where he's at and how he got there. So Gift, I'm going to hand over to you and give you the floor to really inspire our youth out there today.
Yeah, I do hope I'm successful in inspiring. But I just want to thank everyone for making time. It's been really interesting. I was taking notes as the different panelists are speaking because I think this is really good information for a lot of young entrepreneurs, not only in South Africa, but I think just Africa as a whole. As Sanish mentioned, I am Gift. I am a co-founder of a company called Kudoti. And Kudoti is Africa's first digital platform for efficient waste management. And the reason that is the case is, personally, I've been in the space for quite some time, and I grew up in a village, and then I moved to a township or a slum. And then later on, I moved to a city. And throughout, I actually saw a very common thread, which was waste management. And how waste is managed, unfortunately, is still based on old systems that were introduced centuries ago. And so in my, I guess, trial and error, I realized that the lack of a waste management system is a common challenge, because a lot of people are still using paper-based processes. They're still writing things on a piece of paper. A lot of people are still using, or rather working at things manually in cases where things could be easily automated. And there's a lot of data and analytics that goes unused in the waste management industry. And so the platform really brings all those three challenges, and in response to that, we streamline processes, we digitize them, we coordinate them, and we do it in a technology that is very low tech. That is to say that the work we do incorporates things like SMS-based features, where we're able to work with the informal waste pickers in South Africa, individuals who don't have smartphones. And so last week, we had the honor of pitching at the BRICS Young Innovator conference, and we won. And I think part of the reason that is the case is the impact of the work that we do. I have to say, I did not believe for a sec that we would win, just because of the amount of innovation that was in the room. I mean, people from Brazil, Russia, India, China, they really brought their food forward. And I think a highlighting, I guess, point for us was the impact. It's all great to have these ideas of helping entrepreneurs grow their businesses, but if there's very little impact, or there's very little KPIs put behind measuring impact of communities, impact of countries, I think we would ideally be working in the dark. So we're really focused on impact on the work that we do. And we started last year, but today we have about 40 informal waste pickers who are directly benefiting from our system. And it's an easy platform. So yeah, I'm just gonna end it there. I'm happy to share again the work that we do in details to all the panelists.
I think, thank you for that. Really flying the South African flag high. It's always quite amazing. And I'm sure across the world, you can help young innovators and entrepreneurs really looking at that circular economy and growing, really looking at waste to wealth. So thank you. And thank all our expert panel members today. And we will be sharing the presentation. So that's from me, and please enjoy the rest of the Skills Summit. Thank you so much. Bye.
Welcome back to the Skills Development Summit 2020. We'd like to thank Ms. Sinisha Monsami for leading quite a thought-provocative panel discussion. And thank you to all the panelists and participants who shared those thoughts. We definitely are forming a documentum on our side that will ensure that, we have your insights part of the developmental agenda moving forward. And it's also a great illustration how South Africa is partnering with other countries. We saw Brazil, Ireland, Switzerland, Vienna in the UK as well. So thank you very much. And we're looking forward to having rigorous platforms where we can engage at that level, and to also ensure that a lot of the inputs that you provided will be implemented going forward. So thank you very much to all our panelists, and also to the Technology Innovation Agency for leading that discussion. It truly was valuable. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't want to waste any more time. We see that it's already 12:22, so we're going to move to our second last panel for the day. Please stay put, drink your water, have your coffee, or anything that tantalizes your taste buds. Ensure that you sanitize, continue with your mask and so forth, and we should be good. But hang tight on that chair, because we do need these discussions, and we do need you as part of civil society, as a practitioner, as an educator, as a trainer, whatever industry you're in, we know that everything that is discussed here, the ideas that we collaborate together as a collective, you'll be able to implement in your space and constituency. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to, as mentioned earlier on, that this is our second last panel discussion. We're going into cyber tech. And on this panel, we'll be discussing cybersecurity and basically to say, how do we forge innovative solutions to enable and equip organizations with smarter, more effective controls and measures? Recently, with the COVID-19 pandemic, we've had riots and protests around the 5G. And also, how do we move from 4G to 5G? Is it healthy? And so forth. But besides the health phenomena, we're looking at smarter solutions to ensure that, one, we develop skills in the sector, but two, we also migrate our economy to better forms of infrastructure. And part of infrastructure development and improvement is investing in cybersecurity. So without further ado, I wish to welcome Hans Jagenschneiden. So Hans, I think maybe if you can assist us with the pronunciation, please do not be offended. Just give us guidance on how we pronounce your surname. But welcome to Hans, who is the CEO of Cybertech International. And I also wish to welcome Ionita Müller, who's the program manager of Cybertech International. So thank you very much to Cybertech International for joining us on this panel discussion. How we will continue is that I would wish for you to then give us just opening remarks on more about your organization and also the topic at large. How do we, develop innovative solutions to enable and equip organizations with smarter and more effective controls and measures? So this also speaks about monitoring and evaluation systems. And also perhaps you can also tell us more about what Cybertech International does and the initiatives and products that it's developed with regards to this particular topic. Please keep your questions coming in. Hashtag skills development, or rather skills 2020. Keep those questions and comments coming in because once you've given us your opening remarks, we will be asking the audience or those who have tuned in to send their questions to us so that you are able to answer them. I think maybe we can start with you, Hans.
Europe, in Austria, but we are serving customers internationally, and we're especially proud of our African branch, which we set up recently in the area of Joburg. So looking forward to talking to all of you here. So Ionita, maybe you want to introduce yourself? Consider unmuting yourself.
I said, I'm Ionita, I'm the program manager for Cybertech. And yeah, I think we are very excited to infiltrate the African market. It's very exciting what we do. And yeah, it was such a high demand to talk about cybersecurity. Yeah, that that's why we're attending this panel today.
So let's dive into the discussion. Talking about cybersecurity. Basically, we have to see this as an international effort. And let me jump quickly forward to how modern IT security basically looks from our point of view. Basically, security has always been seen only as somebody's gonna hack my company, somebody's gonna do something nasty to me. But basically, we have to dissect this notion of the evil hacker outside, and maybe have a better overview of what can be done in the area of security, just on top of installing some updates or stuff like that. What we've seen recently all over again is that a lot of security-related stuff is coming from internal problems. So it's mostly internal versus external fraud. But we've also seen that in case threats are coming from external systems or from external entities, we've also seen that sometimes security is compromised by the way companies have set up their processes, right? So I call it companies are sequential and fraud is concurrent, right? You can easily trick an organization by just doing things at the same time, you know. Maybe we can talk about it a bit later. And secondly, once security has been compromised, reaction time is everything, and so is communication. But as I said, from my point of view, security is not only just, let's say, updating some software components. It's also about some organizational issues to have a unified vision of security for your whole company. So that's the way I would see this theme.
Hans, can I just add something here? So.
Sure.
I know out of personal experience with the different banks and the financial institutions here in South Africa, for example, if I've got my check account, credit card, don't know what the departments don't talk to each other. In other words, it's very silo. Yeah, they've got a system that can quickly check, can we give Hans a bigger overdraft? Okay, that's it. Okay. So in other words, people don't talk to each other. So there's a lot of internal fraud regarding obviously false IDs, false applications, false, all of that. Okay, which makes sense, which happens. But the thing is, the big thing here for me, from my point of view, would be if the banks or the financial institutions can actually have a one client view. This is exactly what we're talking about now. Yeah. So we see this kind of fraud everywhere. And the other thing is, if a client phones in, and I have personal experience on that, if a client's phone in and I say, listen, I report fraud, there's something that went off my account, then the red tape is ridiculous. I mean, the banks don't even respond. Okay, it's a question of, no, but you have to prove this, you have to prove that. At the end of the day, who lost money? The client lost money. It's gone. Okay, so I hear you. One vision for security would be perfect.
Just to give you a number, I was talking to the spam director of AOL. She was in charge basically shortly after the .com bubble. And she told me that they had 20 million unique complaints per day. So when you were referring to reaction time of companies, 20 million unique complaints per day. And guess what they did with this information? Nothing. There wasn't even a system to handle it. None of those complaints even get answered. So obviously this requires some technological solutions to automate a lot of stuff, or at least to have a vision of what's going on. Because if one bank account or one email address or one whatever is compromised, it usually means that it doesn't come alone, because it's not worth, hacking a bookkeeper in somewhere in a national park. It's not worth it. You really want to hack, let's say, 1 million bookkeepers. You want to get your handle on 1 million credit cards, right? Yes. So it certainly needs this what you would call unified view, along with reaction time and automation.
Exactly. And also that data that you just said now, 20 million unique complaints a day. They can use the data and look for solutions.
Absolutely. I mean, it would be a perfect thing for, let's say, data mining and analyzing, having trains and everything. But usually the answer is that must not happen. I remember talking to the bank the other day in Germany, and before I talked to this guy, we made some simple automated security check, and we found that some sample database was still installed on the system. And I told him, my friend, you still have the sample database of your technological platform on your system. We found it. And they said, this cannot happen because we do a security audit twice a year. So even if you point it out already, sometimes they are just in deep denial.
Yeah.
And when we remember what happened to MongoDB last year, when we had, I think, 30,000 databases taken for ransom, something like that. So that's massive. I mean, it's not just a small isolated thing. It's really a massive problem here.
It is a huge problem. Yeah.
So talking about this internal versus external fraud, I mean, internal fraud is definitely underestimated. I heard numbers about internal fraud ranging from 40 to 80%, depending who you trust and depending which area of the economy you are in. So it's really something which is not to be taken lightly, because what makes somebody think that the person next door is more trustworthy than the person on the other side of the street, right? So there's nothing that justifies this type of view. So internally, it's super important. And the question is, how can one approach it? And one way to approach it is simply to over-communicate that you're auditing your internal people.
Yeah.
I give you an example. We had a case in Social Security, and the way we deal with Social Security and police data here in Austria is that if you access somebody's personal data, it's audited. So if you are, let's say, working for the tax office, if you are looking at somebody's data because you're working on his tax return, it's perfectly fine. But if you just go and open the tax account of some random person, if you're even not in this area or something like that, it's absolutely recorded. And it's very likely that somebody is going to knock on your door and ask you, why did you check the accounts of Mr. X, right? And we had one case where somebody was hired into Social Security who got fired during the same week, because what he did was he checked up all the medical records of all his female colleagues on the floor and checked for sexual diseases, right? So they caught the guy and fired him instantly. So it's not just, it's not only just fraud related, it's also, you know, privacy related. But usually, I mean, privacy is one thing. You're not going to die if somebody knows that you're healthy, right? But sometimes it can really be nasty if finances are involved, right? If somebody just loses a life insurance just because it got paid out to the wrong person, you know, under some false pretext. So I would say over communication is one strategy. But there is more. I mean, of course, it's often the case that things are just seen in an isolated way. If you look at a company, you should really see it as a living thing. And if you kick a living thing into the right foot, it's not going to pay attention to the left foot, right?
Yes.
Well, that happens. So having a unified view to see what's going on the left-hand side, it could be that, you know, some payment was missing on one side, but you still give the guy a loan on the other side.
Yes.
So, or a guy might apply for a delayed payment, but on the other side, he's putting in massive money into some savings accounts or whatever. You know? So there's a lot of stuff that can be done in my judgment. How do you see that?
Absolutely. Because the thing is, you know, especially let's say, for example, they falsify my ID and they use my ID for a home loan or a car loan or something like that. If they've got one view of my profile, then they will know that that's not what's happening in my life at the moment, for example. Okay. And the thing is, yeah, I think so. I mean, why must you know, if all these false applications comes in with IDs and salary slips and all of those things, those verifications must be completely sharpened up. I mean, if there comes a false ID, it must be immediately flagged, you know, and I don't think it's flagged at the moment. So yeah, I don't know. But I mean, for me, one view is much better, because if you've got a person that's managing your portfolio, that person knows exactly what's happening in your life. Okay, so that person needs to understand that. So yeah, I think so. And then yeah, I mean, if you talk about the bigger audience, I just think it will be much easier if a client can have a view of what's happening.
Yeah, and I mean it's something that is doable. I mean, with all those modern AI algorithms, you know, neural network classifiers, deep learning, etc. These days, if you have the data in place, and usually large organizations do have the data in place, it's just not in the same place.
Yeah.
In a reasonably structured format, it's perfectly feasible to do real-time assessments in case something goes wrong, right?
Exactly.
Or before something goes wrong. That's even the better way. But this real-time assessment that something is flagged, etc., that's totally feasible. I would say it can be done in seconds or even minutes. Now we saw that at an international phone provider. Let's call him Skype for the sake of simplicity. And what really happened is if every account had a fraud rating, every payment went through fraud checking. So this has to be something that's intrinsic to the company. And attaching a fraud rating to let's say some accounts or something is really something that's feasible these days. And it also gives you a chance to assess the strategy, to have a risk assessment, to have cost assessment and everything. So unifying data and not seeing a huge organization as a small thing, but as an organism, that's already going to be a big game changer. And what we saw is that if somebody tries to cheat on the bank, or if somebody tries to cheat on an insurance, I mean, those guys are not trying to steal, you know, a cell phone from you. It's going to be massive usually. Yeah. And what you can do here is what those people usually do is they go for the weakest link.
Yes.
So it doesn't mean that your solution has to be perfect. It just has to be done in the best way possible, which means that you're going to chase away the criminals to some other organization, you know? I mean, even that is already a win.
Yeah, that's already a win, yeah. Yeah. No, definitely.
You're going to break into the weakest house, not into the best fortified one, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, I think at the end of the day, take for example our banks. I mean, I think all the banks are in the same position. I mean, they're all getting the same threats. They're all getting the same fraud happening. You know, I mean, it's the same. It's the same thing. I mean, the syndicates. I mean, they've planned these things. They plan it. I mean, and then they target the financial institutions. You know, so and they work together. The syndicates definitely work together to go against the banks and stuff like that, and financial institutions or anything like that. So it's very challenging. I mean, I must admit it's very challenging. But like you said, the solutions are very doable. Very doable.
Yeah, and there are only so many options. I mean, it's not like there are infinite options to crack down on a bank. I mean, there are certain ways, they're repeated all over again, and if you just make those paths a lot harder, I mean, overall, it's going to be a massive win.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And the beauty usually is that those projects tend to pay for themselves.
Exactly.
So it's like a weather report. If you invest 1 million into weather prediction, it's going to pay off 12 million in added return, just by harvesting at the right time and just, you know, not having things rotting on the fields, right? So, and the same is true with fraud prevention. If you invest let's say 10 million rand, it's gonna pay off massively. It's certainly gonna pay for itself. And I think it's beautiful if you got a project that pays for itself. I mean, how cool could it be potentially?
Yeah, yeah. Hans, I just think that I think the banks here per se. I think there are millions, maybe billions of fraud value involved. It's very excessive. I mean, I'm honest. I mean, that's why the banks keep on asking for any cybersecurity advice, any cybersecurity solutions. You know, it's really a buzzword at the moment. Yeah, it's been for a while already. I mean, for the last 2 years, 3 years already. But I mean, it's exponentially increasing the need for a cybersecurity solution. And definitely, because I'm telling you, there are millions, maybe billions involved that these institutions lose. I mean, they lose it every year just on fraud.
Absolutely. And we also see it in other sectors, because if the economy gets tighter, if the cake starts to be smaller and smaller because of Corona or whatever, what we see is that that people start to be a bit more, let's say, creative.
Yeah.
And creative is usually not more productive. It's usually more fraudulent.
Yes.
So because it's the easy path, because if you cannot go to work because there is no work, you can only go to some place and steal something. That's the way you do it. And we saw that during the refugee crisis, that copper theft ended for 3 months. Absolutely no copper theft, because it was way more profitable to bring people across the border. So we see those shifting focuses in the criminal community, I would say. So chasing away or just preventing things is certainly something that's especially important during crisis, because I expect that all those fraud numbers are going up during crisis. But we saw that things like homicide did not happen so much because everybody was at home. But what we did see was that, first of all, demand changed. Everybody was baking bread, something like that. And everybody else was going to go and steal something from somewhere. So it's certainly, you see during crisis that you should definitely be prepared for the good times as well as for the bad times.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Yeah, definitely.
One of my favorite topics is concurrency, which is often overlooked because people look at processes individually. So having things look at things individually is usually a problem, because sometimes the error happens if somebody does two things concurrently.
Yes.
So for example, here, depending on what you're doing, you're either a member of the workers' social insurance or you're a member of the employer social insurance. But what if you got a small company and a job? Those organizations do exchange data, but they exchange it monthly or weekly. So you can trick the system by just making two applications at the same time, ending up in different offices, and that's already gonna cause an issue just by sending two applications to two offices. I mean, it's already gonna kill the system. So, and it's so simple. Imagine what happens if you do that in an organization spanning the globe. I talked to Daimler, the Mercedes guy, the other day, and I think they got 400,000 employees worldwide. So imagine how much concurrency you can basically use to trick the system.
Yes.
And that basically means that that the solution to the problem is to exchange data more rapidly, or do basically some instant reporting into the same systems. Companies tend to think in boxes. So you got box number A for applications, box number B for refunds, box number C for whatever, right? So one client may end up in 4 or 5 departments for different things. And if you know how to play the system, that's certainly not going to work for the organization. So they do exchange data from time to time, but it's by far not fast enough. It's by far not integrated enough. And it's by far not secure enough, meaning obfuscation and condensing information. So data is one thing. What you want is information.
Absolutely. But the thing is, most of the large organizations, I mean, they've got so much data. I mean, you can play with what information you're looking for.
That's the point. I mean, data, if we stop seeing data as a burden, but see data as an asset, a lot of data is a good thing.
Yeah.
Because what made Google and Amazon and all the others great was the fact that there is a lot of data. It's not that, okay, we don't have data, that made us great because we don't have to pay for storage. But what made it great is a lot of data. Just to give you an indication what I mean by that, there is a test data set for image recognition, which is widely used in the industry. And this data set consists of 250 million images. There is no such thing as too much data. Doesn't exist. There's only, you can always reduce data, ignore it, do whatever you want. But if it's not there, well, it's game over.
Yeah.
So you certainly need those quantities, those huge quantities of data in order to do something useful. So I would see that as a chance and not as a burden. What do you think about that?
You know what? I think I think in the organizations, I think there must also be like a mind shift regarding data. Because the thing is, you know, the companies usually, I mean, you know, we've dealt with so many companies, Hans. Then if you walk in, some data is on a server, some data is on a laptop, some data is there, some data is there. I don't really think people really understand the value of data, okay? To have one set of data is perfect, because then you can play around, you can do magic with it. But really, organizations per se, I mean, most companies that I talk to, they phone me and says, listen, can you please just consolidate our data? Because they've got no idea where all their data is. And then it's also in different formats and stuff like that. But the thing is, the moment you start consolidating a data set, a few data sets, you've got magic in your hands. You know, you must just use it and optimize what you want to know and what you want to do and where you're heading in your business or whatever. I mean, you can do so much with your data.
Well, absolutely. I mean, when talking about financial institutions, you absolutely right on target. I mean, there is one simple question that's basically going to kill every big corporation, and the question is, how many customers do you have? And they're going to give you a number, and then you're going to ask them, what is a customer? What's the definition of a customer? And I can promise you they have no clue. So if you have a company, a private account, and maybe some pension, whatever, how many customers is that? Is the company a separate customer? Are you the customer? You get 3 bank accounts. How many customers is that? One bank account is shared, you know, with your husband. So what is a customer? And I think people are making decisions on the wrong assumptions by not unifying and cleaning those data sets, by just speaking about the same thing. Because it does make a difference if you got 1 million clients or 2 million clients. And the difference is not anything that changed in the field. The difference is really that you just counted differently.
Exactly.
So we saw that all over again, that all this stuff was wrong. I mean, we had cases in banking where they did not even use the same exchange rates within the same department. So they didn't even use similar exchange rates, and that's an issue. I mean, if you're loaning out $10 million, it would be nice to at least agree on the exchange rate, right?
Yeah, at least
inside the bank. Not even talking about the client, I'm talking inside the bank.
Yes, yes. No, I hear you. Yeah, you see, the thing is, if we look at, I mean, I had a personal situation now for almost a year, and you know, every time I say, listen, please, you know, can you just stop this payment because I don't have an option to cancel this, and they were just not able to help me. They just says, no, you must prove that you canceled it, and then we will stop the payment. So things like that for me is actually unacceptable, because purely if I say to you, I say to my bank, listen, this is fraud on my account, stop it immediately or reverse it or whatever, they just don't do it. They just don't do it. For more than a year now, I've battled with that. And I feel how many other clients are losing money out there and the banks don't listen. They just don't listen because they've got processes to follow. Yes. Now, it's ridiculous. If a process doesn't work, if a process isn't practical, I mean, I think if I say to you, this is fraud on my bank account, it's fraud. I haven't done it. I mean, what can I do with it, you know? And then if your response is, yeah, but you need to cancel it first, you send through, then I must send a proof of cancellation, then only they will stop it. So in the meanwhile, I lost 8,000 Rand, but I mean, is the bank going to give it back to me? No, they're not, because it's not responsibility. So I just feel sometimes the bank's reactions are, the processes are not right. It's not practical. It doesn't help. I mean, I know there's certain processes to follow, but a process is only a process on paper. I mean, you must look at every single scenario and sort that out. I mean, I do believe there are thousands of scenarios, but still, there must be a basic one. When a client phones in and says there's fraud, do something about it. Cancel the card, cancel the check account, give the person a new check account, put the person on a new credit card or something to stop it. You know, I mean, but they just, oh, no, we can't do that. No, we can't. No, we can't do that. So things like that reactions, I can't be the only client that's frustrated with these processes.
I think it's one also has to see that this whole security context has to be seen in the context of usability, because usually security always hurts. I mean, somebody calls up and says, "Could you make this transfer for me?" It could be everybody. So I think that the banks over the years, because there was so much stuff going on, I think they in some cases they fell into some sort of default mode, which says no, right? Whatever it is, the answer is no. Right? Don't disturb anything. The answer is no. So I would say that if you have better technology around, you can start to be more customer centric.
Yes.
Because you will have a better feeling of the risk exposure. So it's not just the fraud side, but it also opens the door for being more user friendly. And this could be like, you know, identifying your standard processes. I mean, what is everybody doing? You know, what does it mean for? I mean, it could even be like, where are we going to put the next bank? You know, where we're going to put the shop, etc. So it's all the data coming out of this fraud analysis and out of this unified view. It's not only about fraud, it's also about usability, it's about improving your network of your representations. You can use it to see if people are working properly. So there's so much stuff you can do with data. So it's not just isolated to fraud, but while I agree with fraud, it's the most obvious thing. But in order to fight fraud and in order to improve usability, the data you need at the end of the day is the same. So unifying your data sets is always going to be beneficial, and that should be also a core message, I would say.
Absolutely, absolutely. Whatever you want from your data, yeah, definitely.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute. So it's king. The next thing is, as you stated already, is reaction times. Basically, when you are committing fraud, so if you want to cheat on somebody, what you certainly want to do is you want to be quick, right? You don't want to drag on the process forever. You might drag on the preparations, but once you committed to basically doing something wrong, you want to do it quickly.
Yes.
So the problem is that if you're running millions of transactions every day, obviously you cannot screen them manually. What you do need is some machine assistance. So you need a little robot who's going to take care of stuff. And this robot, or this AI, or whatever you want to call it, certainly has to operate in real time. Because if you're going to check once a month, just to show the other extreme that something is wrong, I mean, we can all agree that after a month, the fraudster hasn't only just stolen the money, he has already spent it, you know?
Exactly.
So it's also a matter of time. It's a matter of reaction time, and a matter of how quickly you can integrate this data. And there are certainly technologies out there who are capable of just pushing things together quickly. So, and when I'm talking about quickly, I'm not talking about let's say just once a day. I'm really talking at something close to real time. Because there was, let me show you what I mean by real time. Last year, there was an issue in the repo market in New York, where all of a sudden interest rates spiked to 10% or 16% or something like that. And it happened really, really quickly. You know, it just out of the blue, you know. And the same is often true with organized fraud, I have to say. So finally, communication. If you already know that you're being watched, you start to behave differently.
Yes.
You go to some different place, you try to hide in the shade, you know, you don't do it you don't want to do daylight robbery, right? You don't want to be seen. So one strategy, which is, I would say, the easier one to implement for a start, is to over communicate that something is going to happen. And once you catch somebody, make sure everybody's going to notice, right? Just send them in chains through the whole building, you know, just to make sure that everybody's going to see them. That's going to change things. So in addition to the technical side, which means integrate data, artificial intelligence, etc., it's also a matter of communication, you know, of awareness, of spreading the message. So what you need here is really unified concept, which is perfectly feasible. It's perfectly going to pay for itself. It's a long-term investment. It's not something that's going to cost money instantly. It's going to cost money instantly, but it's going to save more relatively instantly. And of course, it has a long-lasting effect. So it's basically like recurring income, right?
Yeah.
It's recurring savings.
Yeah.
So that's certainly something that has to be taken into account.
Absolutely.
So we're at the end of the panel, I would say. So any closing words from your side?
No, I just think that you know what, we can definitely you know, from a skill side, okay, there's so much that can be learned through the solutions we've got, you know, through all our clients that we face on a daily basis, that we do offer very, very nice training. We've got very nice courses. So I really think, you know, if there's people out there who learn more about how we do our solutions, what our approaches are. I mean, we collaborate with so many other network partners already, you know, that we can really, really upskill definitely some individuals or some groups of people, teams at some of the banks or the financial institutions or other large organizations that are experiencing a serious cybersecurity. So yeah, definitely.
Absolutely. So from our side, we provide everything from the knowledge to the actual implementation.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
we're doing full service.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So thank you everybody for spending your time with us. I hope it was informative, and I hope you liked the program. And we're looking forward to hearing from you again very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Skills Development Summit 2020. If you are following us on social media, please don't forget to hashtag Skills 2020. We'd like to thank our second last panel, which was about cyber tech. We looked at cybersecurity innovative solutions to enable and equip organizations with smarter and more effective control measures. Thank you very, very much to Hans and Ionita. We truly appreciate your inputs. And that was the CEO of Cybertech International, and Ionita being the program manager of Cybertech International. Please do check their website, check them on social media, and check their courses. They did speak about some of the courses that are on Offertree based on knowledge of cybersecurity. And I know, Ionita, you really shared practical things that we are experiencing on our day-to-day situations, such as the fraud, duplicate identity, and so forth. And Mr. Hans as well, you know, you gave us such a mini course for dummies such as us. You know, there's that whole Scholar for Dummies books that you find in stores. So we didn't know much about cybersecurity, but because of your presentation there, I think we are well informed, and it is a skill that we should look into and acquire, not only for monitoring and evaluation purposes in our organizations, but also in our private lives when it comes to protecting our identity. So thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached our last panel discussion for the day. Some of you might be sad. Don't worry, we'll be back tomorrow because this is a 3-day summit. So right now we're going to be speaking about skills development in the energy sector. We have a panel of amazing speakers, and I will be introducing them. They will then be giving us a synopsis of what are the skills that need to be developed in the energy sector, and looking at the green energy sector as well. What kind of skills are demanded? And secondly, what do we need to do to ensure that effective leadership occurs in the energy sector? So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce our last panelists for the day. And then we'll then continue with some of the questions. So we have Ms. Mpho Mokapela, who's the acting CEO of EW CETA. We also have Beth Offenbaker, who is the founder and CEO of Waterford Incorporation. We have Tanya van Zyl, who's the quality manager of the National Cleaner Production Center, South Africa. That's also very interesting. We also have Marina Moore, who's Dr. Marina Moore, who's the Executive Director of Environmental and Sustainability Solutions. So, ladies, welcome. Welcome to all our panelists. We truly are honored to have you concluding our day one. So if you can each perhaps introduce yourselves, and as you introduce yourselves, please do offer us insights on skills development in the energy sector. So Tanya van Zyl, we'll start with you as and when you're ready.
Thanks, Thabang. Let me show my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Fantastic. Okay, thanks for the opportunity, Thabang. I'm Tanya van Zyl. I am with the National Cleaner Production Center of South Africa, where I'm the quality manager, and one of the areas of my responsibilities is the training content and quality management of that training content within the National Cleaner Production Center. So the National Cleaner Production Center, we help industry, South African industry, to improve their competitiveness and reduce their environmental footprint through the implementation of what we call RSCP methodologies. That is resource efficient and cleaner production methodologies. We're a program of the DTIC and hosted by CSIR. We have 3 thematic areas that we focus on, which includes water, materials and waste, and of course energy. And this is what we are talking about today. In that energy field, we have a specific project that we call the Industrial Energy Efficiency Project. It's been running for a very long time. What you see on your screen now is the achievements of that project in the past 10 years. You'll see on the left-hand side, it's energy saved, and that is actual saved implemented energy, and tons of carbon dioxide equivalent mitigated, as well as cost savings. And what we're more interested in today is, on the right-hand side, trainees, people that we've trained. So in the past 10 years, we've trained more than 6,000 professionals in shorter and longer courses in the energy field. And we've trained 200 experts. Now, the expert course is a course that runs over about 9 to 12 months. And so those are our flagship training courses. And in energy specifically, we have about 12 disciplines. Now, not to take up too much time, this is typically the disciplines that we have in energy that you can see there. Firstly, we have on the left-hand side at the top energy management courses. So the Energy Management 101, that is the fundamentals course. That's something that everybody has to do. Then we have a systems implementation course that is based on ISO 50001 energy management system, the implementation of that, not the auditing and so on, but the actual implementation of that at a facility. We also do a course in energy performance measurement indicators. So this is now if you've implemented opportunities, how to measure and verify those savings. On the right-hand side, we have what we call energy systems optimization trainings as well. And this is where we focus on the whole system, the whole compressed air system, the whole fan system, pump system, steam system. And also a new addition is now the power quality principles. And with the advent of a lot of solar PV in the country being installed, we are seeing that that has a detrimental effect on the power quality supplied to industry. So this is a very very good course, especially now where we see a lot of alternative and renewable energies coming on board. We also ventured into biogas, where we've developed an end user and an expert course. So that's in renewable and alternative energies that we've developed there. So on our courses are mainly aimed at the manufacturing industry. However, we've seen a huge uptake in commercial sector, mining sector. So it's also still valid for everyone out there. We have end user courses. These are 2-day full-time face-to-face courses, which most of them we have been able to migrate online, and which means we spread them over 4 days in the mornings. So it's half days, 4 half days. And then we also have expert courses that that's usually between 9 and 12 months to complete an expert course, and you have at least 5 full days of in-class tutoring in those cases. Okay. We also develop trainers in all of these courses, and these trainers can be used by other institutions that also offer our courses. All of our courses carry CPD points, and we've developed some new courses in the past year. So yeah, that's the NCPC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tanya van Zyl. We appreciate the end once everybody has rendered their input. Thank you for that. May I then ask Dr. Marina?
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Marina?
Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Thank you very much.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can, ma'am.
Okay. I also prepared.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes,
great.
I can.
Great. Thank
Yep.
you. I have prepared a couple of slides, but I'm just going to talk around them. We don't need to share. However, you can share afterwards. You can share the slides with the audience. I am, as you've heard, Marina Muir. I am a director of environmental and sustainability solutions, and we are a small consulting business operating in the environmental and sustainability discipline. We offer a lot of training, and this is what we are talking about today. So we are specifically looking now at the energy sector, and I'm so glad Tanya started because she set the scene for us with all the excellent courses that the NCPC is offering within the energy sector. And I must admit upfront, I'm not an energy expert. So I look at it from a broader perspective. I look at it more holistically to see where the professionals in the energy sector fits in, and how can we broaden that basis of their capabilities, their skills, their knowledge. And especially now, when we look at the post-COVID situation, where so many organizations are caught in this economic downturn, we need to have more skills available to assist companies to move forward, to be more successful. So looking at the training or the skills development, it's for me, the basic start, of course, was the primary training and education, which Tanya pointed to, and that would have been your energy management courses, energy efficiency, and your renewable energy courses. And we speak about both your formal tertiary education, where we also talk to the your qualifications that you obtain, but we also talk to the short courses that enhance skills that's already present with a lot of professionals. So the primary, moving from the primary training, what I would like to focus on is the additional training that professionals in the energy sector must look at. And there are quite a lot of areas or categories. First of all, because we are operating and we want to move forward within the green economy, we have to understand what that is. And I'm not, please don't worry, I'm not going to lecture now. I'm just mentioning that. So, and then of course, also one of the baseline topics, and which we have to understand, and we sometimes just assume people understand what it is the circular economy. Which forms the basis also of moving forward within the energy sector. Then I want to link your energy specialist training and education to, and I first want to just mention the water management. And we cannot, we don't live in isolation anymore. When you do energy management, you also have to understand water management. And I don't in any way suggest that everybody must become experts in all the different disciplines or categories, but you have to have a very good understanding of where water management fits into your discipline within the energy sector. And if we just think quickly about the water is, we need water to produce energy. So we cannot divorce the two. The other one is waste management. And there we also link it to your alternative energy sources. If we can manage, and there's a move towards it, but if we can manage to turn waste into energy, just think about the outcomes. More energy for a start, less waste for a start. And that in the end, it's a win-win situation. Linked to the waste management is your knowledge and skills with regard to recycling. And that again comes back to waste to energy. Climate change, the topic of the decade now. We have to bring back all our knowledge and skills and our activities. We have to bring back to our impact as individuals, but also as companies towards climate change. Then, well, the carbon management, I think, is a huge drive now, where the basis of your carbon management will be your data with regard to energy. So the two is definitely linked. and we have to be able to talk about carbon management in a sense, or in a way that we produce that knowledge and skills towards others, or project that. Then the basis of the training in the energy or skills development in the energy sector, of course, would be your legislation. I know legislation is very boring, but sometimes as energy specialists, we have to understand our basic environmental and energy legislation and all these nice white, what do they call it? Documents, and also, yeah, thanks Mpo, so that we have to understand the basis, we have to comply as a minimum. And then business strategies is my last one that I want to mention, is that everything must come together for an organization within the business strategy. If you do not put energy management or resource management within your broader business sustainability or business strategy, it's going to fade away. By the way, I said that's the last one, but I forgot about one that I thought that Tanya will mention, but I'm going to do it now, is resource efficient and cleaner production. It's also a program offered by the NCPC, and that this particular course brings together all the different resources: your energy, your water, your waste, your management of materials. So that for me is just in a nutshell what I want to, for a start, convey. And I think, Tabang, we are going to talk about the how we include, or how can we stimulate the training and skills development within the women, maybe women and youth sectors. So I'll leave it there. We can discuss that after all the introductions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moore. We're just having some technical challenges with Zoom. However, I hope you can still hear me. And I trust that everybody heard you because you were loud and clear. Okay, can we then have Mpho Mokapela, who's the acting CEO of EWCETA?
Thank you, Tabang. I hope I am audible to everyone. And thank you for inviting me to the session. My name is Mpho Mokapela. I'm the acting CEO at Energy and Water CETA, and we are the Education and Training Authority responsible for the two sectors, which is the energy, critical, and water, both critical resources that we thirsty for in our country. Just what EWCETA does in a nutshell, I'm going to try to keep to the 3 minutes. I also don't have a presentation. But what we do is that I always try to sum it up and say we are responsible for ensuring that in South Africa, we have a well-capacitated workforce, a capable workforce that will drive economic growth in the energy and the water sector. How we do this is high level, our main responsibility through the Skills Development Act is to ensure that we determine the skills demand for the two sectors. Skills demand for current and skills demand for the future. And once we've determined that, and that's through partnerships with the industry, which is the employer, ensure that we allocate the resources that we receive as an organization to ensure that we are closing such demand through supply of relevant skills and at the right time. I'm just going to highlight on two key areas. We, in the last couple of years before I joined the CETA space, which I joined about 3 years ago, we had a national skills development strategy that we were implementing, and the main focus of the skills development strategy was really to give access to those people who didn't have access to opportunities. When we look at our history as South Africa, we had a majority that didn't have opportunities to get employment because they were not skilled. And NSDS was addressing such issues We've now moved into the NSDP, which was launched, which started this year, to NSDP 2030, which mainly is to ensure that we do have a capable workforce and aligned to the NDP, and to ensure that we've got every single individual in our country within the energy and the water sector have opportunities to contribute to economic growth, which talks to inclusive economic development. What we do as an organization is, I know a lot of people think we do projects, skills development projects, and when I'm listening to the first two presenters with regards to the different projects and the different courses that they are offering from elementary to expert level, that is part of what we're supposed to be supporting as an organization. We don't deliver projects, but we ensure that the South Africa has the right skills, has the right providers, and we are producing such skills to serve the energy and the water sector. Drought and our recent talk of transition from fossil fuel to renewable energy calls for skilled nation. We cannot talk to access to clean water and access to affordable energy if we haven't capacitated our people to ensure that they are delivering solutions in line in those areas. So what we do, which is a challenge right now in South Africa, I sat in a session last week when we were looking at just energy transition, which talks to not leaving anyone behind. Our greatest challenge right now is that we might be shifting towards from a fossil fuel to renewable energy, leaving the TVET colleges behind, leaving our current education system behind, and just capacitating people who are just currently employed in the coal mine. From a training authority perspective, skills development is critical, is important, and for as long as maybe we are not aligned or we're not collaborating and we remain fragmented, we will never get to a point where we can clarify what our skills development system or structure looks like for South Africa. The unfortunate part of the constantly and rapidly changing environment when it comes to technology is resulting in a lot of people who are going to be left behind. The reason I say that is if our TVET colleges remain, if our public institutions remain and aren't adapting, which take time for them to adapt, we're still going to have the young people who are connecting, who are being trained in those institutions, being churned out into the space and being declared irrelevant as they will not be responding to industry. So our call when it comes to the energy sector, if we are to see the energy sector a transition and not leave other people behind, we need to start back even in school and start and looking at our VET colleges and looking at our community colleges, because those are the people we need to be responding to. If we look at SDG 4 that talks to quality education and SDG 8 that talks to access to decent work, our people will not have access to decent work if they're not trained. And it's good to see partners who are in this room who have courses that are relevant, that are responding to our needs currently, and that are responding to our future needs also. And I think my plea for me is for us to move all together and not to leave others behind with regards to skills development. That's where I've tried to keep to 3 minutes, which I didn't, but that's my introduction.
Thank you very much, Bodo. That's all right. It's always good if it's over time, but relevant content. So you've given us relevant content right there. So thank you very much. Can we have Beth Offenbaker, founder and CEO of Waterford? Beth, welcome and thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much. Good day, everyone. I'm pleased to be here. I'm Beth Offenbaker with Waterford Inc. and also with Leaders in Energy. I'll share with you a little bit of my story and the work that we do at Waterford in conjunction with Leaders in Energy. The focus of this conference is really at the heart of what I focus on professionally and personally, and again, for Leaders in Energy, which is an international nonprofit organization that's trying to help bring about this great big green shift that we all know that we need in support of our planet and the well-being of all people and beings here. I'm a career coach specializing in the sustainability space. I also teach a variety of workshops and provide professional development for people who are part of our larger green community. I work with individuals who are just getting out of school, or people who have been in another profession and looking to transition to roles in our green industry. And I like to say I'm on my third career, and if I can do it, anyone can do it. My first career was in communications, working for a range of organizations, and one of my first roles where I cut my teeth was working for a utility company, doing communications for them, helping to engage stakeholders across the service area. And that was a lot of fun. And that's really where I came to learn so much about energy and its central role for everyone in living a healthy and successful life and supporting communities and thriving as well. My second career, I became a consultant working in transportation, land use, and the environment. And I worked on new community projects, not only those that built buildings and homes, but also thinking about stormwater, sewer, some of the infrastructure needs that are necessary, again, for communities and for people to be successful themselves and for their families. And then in the interim, I became a professor. And so I learned to work very closely with classes that I taught and the individuals who were in those classes, and thinking about what future are they trying to get to and how can I support them in doing that. And so that led to my third career, which is what I'm doing these days. So in addition to my work at Waterford, and I'll tell you a little bit about what we do, I'm the director of training and development for leaders in energy. My work at Waterford involves working closely with individuals who want to make that transition into our field, or who are in our field and want to move to their next great opportunity. So I help people to design their own career plan and help them to implement that plan. And that might involve learning some new skills or developing some other strategies that help them to land that next role. I also work with people who are in organizations that want to do that for their teams. So they want a custom-made solution that responds to the market dynamics, as well as the organizational needs with that sustainability lens.
Yep.
In Leaders in Energy, I work closely with our leadership team of about 25 people, helping to manage the organization with this particular focus on the leadership and development portfolio. And so we have a couple of workshops we've developed. We've had almost 200 people take them to date. And we have one coming up that helps people put together that career plan. And then we have a 2.0 version of that. And then we have a small group where we let people further implement that plan, provide them with the supports that they need. And I'll put some information in the chat window about that. So it's really a focus on how do we make that big green shift individually and organizationally, and with a special emphasis on lifelong learning. I think that's something that I've heard Mafo and Mariana speak about this morning, this afternoon, this evening. And I think that's a lens that we all need to bring. Our industry is constantly changing, which is exciting. There are a lot of really wonderful things happening in Africa, with building out the grid and renewables, so many exciting trends. And so how can we position ourselves not only to do something that's good for us, but for our families and for our communities and for the planet? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I thought I was on mute the entire time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Beth Offenbaker. Thank you. You mentioned something quite profound there. How do we, advance our skills for our communities and for the betterment of the world? Because that's what it is. If we can't take care of our spaces and of our earth, then it's going to be very difficult for us to then grow and evolve to greater spaces as humanity. So thank you very much for that. Okay, I think that's been everybody that's provided the opening statement. So we do have a couple of questions that maybe we can start with. I think, Beth, Beth, just on that note, how can we incentivize communities to be more energy efficient? How can we incentivize communities to be energy efficient and also to be more involved in making sure that, you know, for example, things like climate change, you know, we have climate change because some of the challenges that we have of waste management. So how can we then when it comes to being energy efficient?
What a great question, Tebang. I think that is at the core of all the work that we do. It's what's around individual change and collective change. And this is where my dissertation was a study of public engagement in several countries around the world, including South Africa. And so one of the big insights from that is the importance of engaging people and understanding what their goals and their needs and their concerns are. And so one of the things I also think back to is something, there's a great report by Rhodes University that was supported by the United Nations. I learned about it at an OECD Green Skills event I went to a couple of years ago, and it talked about what we need in this industry is not only the technical skills, right? How are you going to be solar PV technician, whatever it might be, but we need relational skills and we need transformational skills. And that means we need to be able to engage with people who are like us and not like us and find out what our shared vision is, of course, celebrating our shared humanity and understand and be able to craft solutions that are win-win all the way around. And it sounds like a really easy thing to say, and it can be really hard, as we know. So it means stepping outside our comfort zone sometimes, but being willing to engage people, individuals and that group in a dialogue about what's important to them and how do we create something that they really see themselves as part of and make them part of it. And that's a lot easier said than done.
Okay, thank you for those inputs. And 100%, you are right. A lot easier said than done, because so easy for us to engage, but if we don't have people at a similar level, if we don't conscientize our communities about the importance of energy leadership at a micro level, then it's going to be very difficult for them to be part of the solution. So thank you very much for that. Dr. Marina, you emphasized quite a bit on water management, the need to have water, or rather there's a concomitant relationship between managing water and also producing energy. So Dr. Marina, if you can take us through that, just to elaborate a bit on how does water aid in the production of energy? But most importantly, I have an issue around in Africa alone, we are privatizing our water supply. What are the consequences of such actions? Privatizing our water supply, so it means we don't have regular control over it. So Dr. Mariana, if you can just elaborate on the point that you mentioned earlier on, as an extension to the statement that I've just made around our water supply. Okay, Dr. Mariana, I think
There
your
you go.
microphone is off.
I
There
think
we go.
it's on
Thank you.
now. Thank you.
Yeah,
I've
great.
got a little thingy like this, and I sometimes by accident press it to mute. So
Okay, no
my
problem.
apologies. What
No
I
problem.
said is you are asking me a very difficult but a very important question. With regard to the link between water management and energy management. And I think, Mpho, you can also then add to what my thoughts are, that if we really think closely about the production of energy, it is something that is reliant on water. If we do, I mean, I'm not talking solar energy, although in the production of the solar panels there might be water in the processes. I'm not that's not my part and my forte. But if we think about electricity, if we think about our regular utilities, where we obtain our electricity from, there's water involved. So when we get to water scarcity, it is quite frightening if you think about what can happen if we do not have water. Um, if we think about when was it last year, 2 years ago, when it was the drought started in the Cape.
Yeah.
Things just changed dramatically. The way individuals operated and the way companies had to operate. Then and looking at water availability versus, you ask a question about the privatizing of the utilities. It's I don't have all the answers there. I
Sure.
don't have any answers there, to be to be absolutely honest. But
Sure.
it is the way that we are going. We have to make sure that the companies that are going to manage our water in the country also have the skills and knowledge. And I think that brings us back to where we started off with the skills and knowledge and development of people with regard to all the different resources. So I'm pretty sure I'm not answering your question, but I think that's a different. We can talk the whole day about water management as a resource, but there's a definite link. That's my last on this one. There's a definite link between water. We cannot manage energy without taking water into account.
100%. Thank you very much.
And maybe just Tabang, maybe I just want to add to what Beth has said as well about the other skills that people need. And I'm so glad you mentioned that, Beth, because the softer skills we sometimes forget. We work with engineers, we work with technicians, we work with operators, and it's so technical that we sometimes forget that other skills that you mentioned.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you very much, Dr. Mariana. I think let's go to Mpho. Mpho, maybe you can extend on what Dr. Mariana has then said. And as you extend, perhaps you can also assist us with what are the opportunities that EWSETA has availed for young people and particularly for women, because what I find is we don't have, or rather young people don't have an appetite to participate in the energy sector. I don't know if it's maybe they might not have the information, and it's not an issue of access in some instance. It's just an issue of appetite, what can get them more involved. So what is EWSETA doing in that regard to ensure that there are opportunities for SMMEs in the energy sector, particularly where women and young people are concerned? Because I think we are a country with a lot of legislation, with a lot of policies which could be exclusive. And by them being exclusive, it kind of hounds on the participation of a lot of businesses. And the exclusivity comes with the bureaucracy and the red tape that is involved. We've just got too many papers that need to be signed. But at the core of it, one is, what are the opportunities? And two, what is EWSETA doing to appetize or to draw young people in to participate? And then after, we'll go to Tanya van Zyl. Mpho, over to you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Just to touch on the energy and the water relationship, very intimate relationship. And I know we talk about the energy water nexus, and we've been bringing in food, and now we're bringing in chemicals within the within the nexus. And the reality is that moving from a high water intensive production of energy, which is from basically in most of our plants in the fossil fuel space, we use water to cool down. I used to drive around, is it Mpumalanga? And you see that clean fog, and you realize that actually we're blowing water, the water that we don't have. The communities around don't have water, and water is escaping into the environment. And it's critical that we are developing the skill right now to say, how do we ensure that we are able to generate electricity without wasting a very critical resource that is scarce, which is water. And the shift into the renewables is moving along that line to say, yes, we are going to require water for production of solar panels and cleaning them, but it's not water intensive. We're not wasting a lot of water. And from there also, it's even, how do we even use in the production of the solar, I'm going to use production of solar panel or wind turbines or hydrogen cell fuel. How do we ensure that from that process, we're not water, the byproduct that's coming from those processes, we're recycling it into usable resource? And that requires skills, and those can only come from a well-capacitated workforce. It's only where someone is working with that and realizes this is a loss of water, are they able to come up with ideas of how to save water. Beth talked to, you asked Beth about how do we ensure that communities are aware, and that it starts from there. Advocacy, how do we change mindsets of communities and even of workers? Because if workers who are using water every day aren't aware that there's a wastage, there's no way they're going to come up with ideas on saving water. And that's why we require continuous professional development. One, EWCITA is looking at how do we start at artisan level, even have introduced continuous training. With the I'm a CEA. With the CEAs, you are required to have CPD points. Engineers are required to have CPD points. But when you look at artisans, it's once an artisan and always an artisan. There's no required training. And that's where we find ourselves today, that we are now transitioning into the new era, but we have not been capacitating artisans. And they find themselves not able to function within the new technologies because they were trained to do plumbing in a certain way. They still want to come dig out your pipes to find where it's leaking because you have not been training them. And that's been our call as EWCITA to employers to say, ensure that we are training our employees. Let's continue to introduce. Right now, a number of companies are closing down, and you find that employees have never gone through any training and cannot go into another sector to look for a job because they only know how to do what they've been doing in that job for a long time. So we're saying let's increase the training. EWCITA has looked at more skills programs rather than long-term learnerships and long-term training, and say, how do we bring in skills programs that are short, where you can capacitate someone in a certain just to attain a certain skill. I think having a multi-skilled workforce even increases high productivity in the workplace, and also for our country ensures that you are marketable when you leave that employment. Let me move to the question you've asked: what are the opportunities that are available at EWCITA, and what are we doing to ensure that we are including women and young people? Fortunately, we signed an agreement, a service level agreement with the minister, and one of the agreement which is aligned to the NDP is to ensure that our young people are having access to training so that they can access employment. So 90% of our beneficiaries are young people. And we've been really critical on ourselves in the last 2 years to say, it's not only about putting young people in training, because you can imagine a young person who's coming from communities where there's poverty, there's no means for the family. They get a bursary with EWCITA, or they go through a training program, but that training program is not relevant. That when I leave with a certificate, I cannot get employment because I've been trained in a relevant course that's sitting in a TVET college. So we've been looking at how do we ensure that our structure is not actually killing our young people and demoralizing our young people. So we are looking into saying, I know it takes time. QCTO might be in the room. It takes time to develop a qualification. It takes time just to register a skills program, but we're looking at how do we start designing those short-term courses to capacitate our young people. Women, annually we collect information from industry, and it still reflects that we've got less women in the energy and the water sector, but the leadership position. We've intentionally now put that as one of our targets, because I think we often collect this information, we know about it, and you don't put programs that are specific for women. We currently have advertised out a women leadership program partnered with Wits University, where we are looking for senior managers in the energy sector who are looking to be developed to become executives in the energy and the water sector. And this is specifically just for women for those two sectors. So we are looking at how I don't want to say balancing, but giving women, or capacitating women so that they have equal opportunities as the men have to apply for such jobs and are well capacitated. So that's where we're looking, and initiatives out there that are supporting women. EWC is open to partner with you, so that together we bring up these numbers and get women involved. I'm glad to see women only in the session.
Careful them, Paul. They think you're being biased on that one, eh? We don't want the men logging off and rioting.
Support.
Okay, Tanya. I think the first question that I have to you is the programs that you are offering, the National Cleaner Production Center is offering. What kind of practicals are being offered? Because obviously it's a course, but what are the practical sort of, I don't want to call them outreach programs, I don't want to call them internships, but are people linked to sort of job opportunities after they've undergone the courses? And also, whilst they are performing the courses, what are the practical things that they do to link the theory with the praxis? So I hope my question is clear to you. And just on that note, Tanya, perhaps this is for all of you to answer. How do we reach rural areas for training and development? Maybe Tanya, you can answer that, and then we will move on to everybody else answering a similar question. But I think the first question, Tanya, is to then find out the National Cleaner Production Center, what practicals or practical initiatives accompany the courses that NCP offers, and then secondly, how do we reach rural areas for training and development? Over to you, Ms. Van Zyl.
Thank you, Thabang.
Yeah.
So on your first question about the practical part of the NCPC training, so I think I mentioned that we have two types of training. The first one being an end user type of training, which spans over 2 days. And then we have what we call expert courses. Okay.
Right.
And during these expert courses, they run for anything from 9 to 12 months. They kick off with classroom-based training, which is then theory. But then that is usually also based at what we call a host site. So we'll go to industry, we'll find a company with that specific system. For instance, let's take the steam system as an example. We'll go there and we'll, during those first 5 days of doing the steam training, we will take them through that steam system at the host company. Let's call it SAPI, for instance, and we'll show them how to do that. Once they've done those 5 days worth of training, they have to get their own plant, what we call a candidate plant. So this is now a different plant where they do these assessments themselves. And we have monthly interventions and mentoring sessions with our candidates that help them through that process. Once they've done it on the host site, they do it themselves on this candidate site. And we help them and mentor them through this process up until the point where they have done their own assessment at their candidate site as well. And all of this leads up to a final report on the practical work that they have done, and then a test as well. So yes, that's our expert courses are really the practical part of what we teach. And yeah, I wouldn't say that our end user courses are not practical. We usually include at least a few elements of tools that you can use in industry, how you can quickly spot low-hanging fruit in industry, so that if you've done the end user course, you at least have a good idea of where your opportunities are and where you should focus. And then once you come for the expert course, you can do the real practical stuff as well. What was that next question again?
So yeah, so I think the next question, everybody would answer that, and maybe you can just add your conclusive remarks as you answer it. The question was, how do we reach rural areas for training and development? Because I think there is such a fallacy that energy efficiency and energy development is suited for urban areas. And so we have the whole smart city going on, et cetera, but we don't actually need to move to urban areas. I think energy efficiency and energy programs are needed in the rural areas because there's more, not just a demand, but there's more space and capacity to do so. So how do we reach rural areas for training and development?
Okay, so I have a very nice example of the latest course we developed was in biogas. And by the very nature of this course, it is aimed at the rural setting where you perhaps have a farm with cattle and some waste from that, and how you can develop your own biogas facility using that. So I think we should use technology, right? Technology has to take us to the rural areas where we can uplift and upskill people to do some of these things for themselves. And if you look at the energy landscape of today, we are set to have a more decentralized energy system. This is imperative. We need to do that. And therefore, these kinds of technologies will become more and more important. If you think about solar PV being something that is really implemented in the Northern Cape and solar CSP, all of those kinds of technologies are really suited to rural areas. So we can most certainly involve them in renewables and alternatives. I think the real problem that we might have is education in efficiency. And that we should really start from even in school days. I'm not even saying train somebody up to be an engineer and then teach them on a short course how to be energy efficient. What I'm saying is we need to look at our school curriculum and we need to insert things there that will give them this appetite for energy and water and chemicals. And I mean, we have so much of information that we can share. And it really needs to get to school kids as well. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tanya. That was Tanya van Zyl, ladies and gentlemen. Can we then have Beth Offenbaker? If you can, can conclude for us and maybe also just add an insight on how we can reach rural areas for training and development. Over to you, Beth. Sure.
Thank you. I really appreciate this thoughtful discussion. I think it touches on so much of our field and the challenges and the opportunities that we have before us. I think, you know, Mifo talked about the SDGs earlier, and if we go back to that as a roadmap going forward, I mean, it really is the universe of the kinds of problems that and opportunities that are before us. And so I really feel strongly that the role of women in communities, as we know from research, that has everything to do with the success of the family, the success of the community. And when we make those investments in women forward on a rural level, as well as everywhere else, that opens doors for the next generation. And I think on a rural level as well, I'm a big believer in problem-based learning, right? And this goes to some of the comments I made earlier. What's the problem that we see? And then how can we engage people in thinking about how it could be different? and even some of the small things that they can do that connect with addressing that problem. It can be something like cook stoves, right? We've seen a lot of movement, and that we know the contributions that unfortunately cook stoves make to air quality and community health. Those are things that we can really help unlock. There are a lot of great resources around those types of things that are going on. And then the technology side of it. I know that is often a challenge in some communities, right? The access to the grid to be able to, do all these things on a little device. But how can we think about the access points, the problem as that community sees it, and then engage people, and then partnering, right? We've heard a lot of great examples in the panel today about ways that, skills building can be brought there. A community organization or an employer sees a need there, or the community comes to a partner and says, we'd like to do this. So there's that awareness, and then there is the desire to collectively come together to make things better. So I'd say it's a combination of all those different factors.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. Dr. Mariana, can you perhaps provide your conclusive remarks and
Yes,
also
thank you.
share on how we can reach rural communities for training and development? And also, if you can maybe touch on our communities, how can we teach our communities to manage waste better? Waste has become quite expensive now, because waste management is an
It is.
economy on its own. It's an economy on its own. So how can we not just dump that piece of paper or that bottle, but how do we then make sure that even in our training and development, we help them see the value of waste? Over to you, Doc.
Thank you, Tabang. I want to touch or link to what Tanya said as well with regard to schools. And I think that is really the starting point where we have to get schools more involved, and school curriculum maybe including the resource management, that kids understand from a very from a young age how to work with resources, and they can change the world. Children can change the world, definitely. That links to what you now just asked with regard to the waste management, is to start at a young age to teach children what they can let go to the landfill and what can be recycled. There are so much money lying on landfills if you really think about it, and I think you mentioned that. So it is really spreading the word with regard to waste management, and what the benefits are. And I think it was this morning when we had that gentleman, was it Gift, who spoke about the technologies and the waste management in rural areas as well, and that's the way to go. With regard to rural areas, and I'm going to link it with skills development for women and youth, but for women specifically as well, is that there are so many opportunities which a woman can grab. We've recently been involved, or we are still involved with training for the UN Women Organization, and that is specifically with regard to resource efficiency, with carbon management, waste management, and the uptake was very good. But it is a program that can be rolled out we started with a pilot project in Gauteng, but it can be rolled out to the other provinces and to rural areas. Then also, I know UNIDO has programs for the development of women and youth, and I think we must just make sure as the panel, as us being involved in training, is to spread that word and get the message out to our ladies in the rural areas, to be able, for them to be able to partake in programs like this. There are opportunities. However, we can always do better. We can always do better and have more programs. And this is also where our CETAs and government can come in to make funding and donations available for these ladies to be able to attend. And I see you are smiling, because that usually our rural areas are poor areas. They don't have the funds to come to Pretoria or to Gauteng or to the major cities for a week-long training. We have to help them. I don't have the answer exactly how, but I think we all have to work towards that. And that's my last 5 cents worth.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marianne. It certainly is not worth 5 cents. I think it's worth more than that. So thank you very much for those contributions. I think we'll have Mpho now. Lastly, Mpho, you are our final closing remark when it comes to how do we then reach rural areas for training and development, and perhaps you can add insights on your experience with taking EWCETA to rural communities. What was it like? And they certainly may not have access, but I truly believe that our rural areas have, such a rich and such a wealth that is unbeknown to us, because there's arable land, there's space. When you speak to a rural woman or rural man about harvesting a grape seed to produce wine, you get more information than what you'd get in a classroom, because they understand the harvest times and they understand the ground, they speak to the soil, they get what is needed where. So just on that note, Mpho, maybe you can close for us in that regard.
Thank you, Thabang. Our rural communities have the sun, they have wind, and they have solid waste. Solid waste might be whether from the toilets, from the pit latrines, and right there you've got energy. And when we get into our communities, mostly in the rural area, they're not. The issue is not clean energy; it's access to energy. We don't have it, and it's how do we now take the skill to make sure that the young people who are growing in those areas and the women and the men in those areas realize that they're sitting with resources, and they'll never be able to use those resources if we have not capacitated.
Right.
When you look at what the government has done, we've got TVET colleges, and I'm going to keep punting on TVET colleges because TVET colleges are seen as the most unsexiest way of getting post-matric education. When your child wants to go to a TVET, a mother will fight that this child goes to university. But the government has provided TVET colleges and community colleges now to ensure that we're taking education to the people. And it's going to be impossible to bus everyone else into Johannesburg to come train and send them back into their communities. But how do we, even using technology, take education to the people? We can't now talk about there's no electricity because there's the sun in those different communities. Take education there, but beyond that, we have capacitated a number of people in the rural communities. In those same rural communities, there aren't jobs. So now how do we go beyond training people to occupy jobs, but for them now to create jobs? In the session in the morning, we were talking about entrepreneurship. And one might say, in the rural areas, there aren't opportunities. You've got a market that is looking for power. So if a young person is capacitated and is able to generate power in the communities, that is just going to charge cell phones, or it's going to provide power for cooking. It saves a mother time in the morning to go collect wood, or a young girl to collect wood and collect water before they go to school. But so there is, someone talked about problems here. It's identifying those problems and say, what skills do I now bring into those communities? The unfortunate thing is that in South Africa, it's so difficult. We have to start planning from a skills perspective and from a SETA perspective.
Yeah.
Plan according to district, plan provincially, and then start even going planning according to district. Because we have this blanket planning, and we say we're all moving into solar, and we develop one qualification that we expect the entire country to apply to their different needs. So it goes deeper into how do we even plan to the level of different communities and capacitate those colleges in those areas to respond to such, and entrepreneurship in such areas are also responding to the needs of such communities. So it really requires all of us to really come together and say, what is needed in these communities? And if we're going to invest in skills development, how are we going to ensure that we get some returns where people will have access to energy and we are seeing inclusive participation in economic growth?
Geez, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I don't want to add to what all of you have contributed and said. I think that's a very, very important statement you've just relayed, just about district planning, to say we might be a country struggling with, we have common challenges, but per region we are different. You know, when you go to Limpopo and you go to Venda, I mean, the produce is there, you know, the land there, we've got banana trees and avocado trees. We don't have space in Gauteng because we've got cements and paving and so forth, you know. So you're quite right about district planning. It's very critical. Ladies, on that note, I really wish to thank all of you for participating in this rigorous discussion. I really hope and pray it doesn't end here. And in our own spaces and fields, hopefully we can all meet one day and really come together, because after all, leadership is about solving problems. You know, they say that the day soldiers stop bringing you their problems is the day you have stopped leading them. So it's very important for us to understand our roles in our constituencies and the industries we are in. So thank you very much for taking the time to share your presentations, your insights, and your thoughts as experts in energy, in the energy sector. So thank you very much for joining us. We hope that you'll be tuned in tomorrow and we can facilitate further discussions. Thank you very much, ladies.
I officially say that is a wrap. We have hit checkmate and we have gone past our first opening day of the Skills Development Summit 2020. I wish to thank all our participants, all the keynote addresses. You see, we are now twisting our words and we are now speaking broken English because, hey, it's been a very, very heated session. So thank you to all our speakers, the ones that opened the program in the morning. We are back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. sharp, and we'll be kickstarting our day 2 program. It's also going to be very, very invigorating. We'll be speaking about agriculture and food security. We're speaking about, artisanry, particularly where training is concerned. And we do also have keynote speakers for our morning session coming from various industries. So please do join us again. We're hoping that we will still have our 500 viewers, if not more, from this afternoon. Thank you very much for your participation. Once again, kindly hashtag skills 2020. And please keep in mind that the sky is never the limit. It is only the starting point. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm signing out. See you tomorrow.